Racers fans to Ohsweken Speedway as Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet presents Friday Night Excitement. Also brought to you tonight here at the Speedway by Cormark as we get ready for 4 classes of action tonight. The late models will top the action here tonight. The 360 sprints are off for the evening, and we're going to start tonight's program with the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks, the first of 3 qualifying heats out on the Speedway. As the white flag being displayed, George Grossel lines up on the pole for this one. He's from Canfield. To the outside, Kyle Andrus from Hamilton. Inside row number 2, Casey Huffman out of Brantford in the 13, and Tyler LaFantasy from Thorold in the 196. He'll roll off 4th. Starting in 5th, Ken Sargent out of Hamilton in the 25. Go Fast Teeple from Thorold in the 11 machine starts 6th. Starting 7th out of Port Colborne, the 11R is Bryce Richardson. Rob Hoskins to the outside of him from Harley in the 37. He'll start 8th. 9th is Tim Phelan from Binbrook in the 427. Travis Whittle from Tilbury in the 17W starts 10th. And Jamie Googe completes the running order for this one. He'll start 11th. He's from London in the 76. First green flag of the night comes from Carter Long atop the flag stand tonight as Dave Hunsinger's away on vacation, and we are underway here at the Big O.
Grossel with the advantage into turn 1. Kyle Andrus settles into 2nd. The battle for 3rd is side by side. Casey Huffman down low, but he's got nothing for Tyler LaFantasy. He'll take that spot on the outside.
LaFantasy rolls around on the outside. Sargent now works the bottom side as they come across the line for the first time. It's Grossel out in front. Andrus running in the 2nd spot. LaFantasy trying to reel in the top 2, and another driver making his way through the field. Here comes the 11R, Bryce Richardson.
Yeah, it's going to be a multi-car battle for that 2nd spot. Grossel with about 5 car lengths over Andrus. Andrus feeling the pressure from Tyler LaFantasy, who looks to the inside in turn number 1. They'll race door to door off of turn 2.
Tim Phelan showing a little smoke. He's been doing that since the drop of the green flag in the 427. So keep an eye on that car as he comes across the stripe with the rest of the pack to complete lap 3.
Ken Sargent just had to bite the brakes hard going into turn number 3. There was a hole, and then there wasn't. Bryce Richardson has taken over that 4th spot. He runs out of racing room. That allows Ken Sargent to pull back along the inside. They'll look to go 3 wide through turns 3 and 4.
It's all George Grossel out in front right now with LaFantasy in the 2nd spot. 3-car fight. Behind him, Richardson will get around the outside of Andrus. Here comes Phelan, although he's been showing smoke. He's moving towards the top 3 with a good run off of corner 2.
Big head of steam down the back straightaway. Phelan to the 4th spot. He's looking for 3rd on Bryce Richardson. Swings around the high side down the front straightaway.
Well, he's got that car wound up in that 427 machine. He's to the outside of Bryce Richardson as they try to get by Tyler LaFantasy. Troubles for Kyle Andrus. He skates up the bank again, corner 2, and has a handful of cars go by him.
It's a promising opening half of that race. He might have a left front tire down on that 43 machine as Phelan takes over the 2nd spot on the high side.
2 more circuits around Phelan and LaFantasy trying to reel in George Grossel. And right now, Phelan is the quickest car on the track. He's found something on that outside line. He's cut the lead in half.
Time's running out. 1 more lap for George Grossel to take home victory in this one, but Phelan is closing fast as they work their way down the backstretch.
Into corner 3 they go. Grossel has the lead. Here comes Phelan. He's got all sorts of speed on that outside line. Coming to the checkered flag. Will he have time at the line? Grossel's going to hold on for the win over Phelan. Then it's Richardson, LaFantasy, and Sargent, your top 5. Travis Whittle with another good run. Comes up from the 10th spot to finish in the 6th position. Rob Hoskins 7th, and it was Go Fast Teeple, Casey Huffman, Jamie Googe, and Kyle Andrus, who had that left front flat.
Of course, the Thunderstock Heat races are sponsored by Hunsinger's, your go-to business for plumbing, electrical, and heating in Haldeman, Norfolk, 6 Nations, and surrounding areas.
So heat race number 2 onto the racetrack from Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks. Melissa Miller lines up on the pole in car number 93 from right here in Ohsweken. To the outside, it's Jim Lampman from Caister Center in the 28. Inside of row number 2, Mikey Bobby, Mike Thorne from Caledonia in the 55. And another Mike to his outside. Starting 4th, it's Mike Klazinga from Hagersville in the 93K. Starting in 5th is Mark Fawcett out of Canfield in the 32. John Overholt out of Welland in the 96-0. And then you've got Logan Schwedick starting in 7th out of Jerseyville in the 53. Dave Bailey from Hagersville in the 49. He'll start in the 8th spot. Christopher Hale from Guelph in the 79 starts 9th. Going off in the 10th spot, Ron Logie out of Burlington in the 97. And Scott McPhail from Hamilton, the 07. He'll start 11th.
Not a great launch for Melissa Miller. It looked like she was trying to get down to the inside of the racetrack. Some contact was made, and that's really shuffled the deck, but Jim Lampman out in front. He's feeling no pain right now with a big advantage as they complete lap 1.
Dave Bailey from 8th up to 4th already in that 49 machine, tracking down Mikey Bobby. Mike Thorne in the 55. Right now it's all Jim Lampman, Mike Klazinga, now Bailey up to the 3rd spot.
Melissa Miller still fading back. There's some talent in this qualifying heat from front to back. There is a lot of fast race cars. Bailey working the inside of Mike Klazinga. They race down into 1 and 2.
Bailey works that transaxle 49 machine into the 2nd spot, trying to track down race leader Jim Lampman. Klazinga working that outside line, holding on to the 3rd spot, and then the pack of cars behind them. That's where we see the fight between Logan Schwedick and Mike Thorne.
Schwedick pedaling on the bottom of the racetrack. Thorne a little bit higher on the banking. Ron Logie looking for a lane to work in that yellow and black 97 machine as the yellow flag is displayed. Oh,
whoa.
Mike Thorne.
Nearly caught a deck lid full of Mike Klazinga there. As you like to call it, some stuff on the racetrack, Adam.
Stuff. That stuff gets removed up into the outside wall.
So it's all Jim Lampman out in front over Dave Bailey and Mike Klazinga. Mike Thorne and Logan Schwedick make up the top 5. Heat race number 2 for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstock division.
3 laps are complete in this one. Still lots of racing yet to come. Yeah, look at that field of cars. Almost everyone in this race has a feature win at some point.
Stoutfield from front to back here again tonight. Great feature last Friday night in this division. Basically every Friday night. Who am I kidding? Here we go, back to the green flag in the Cargo Ease restart zone. Jim Lampman jumps out to the advantage into 1.
Lampman fired plenty early there in turn number 3. Got a bit of an advantage, but Dave Bailey is right there in that 49 machine. Klazinga hanging on to 3rd.
Good battle in behind there. A 3-car fight for that 4th position. Thorne, Schwedick, Logie, and now actually Christopher Hale's into the mix as well. It's halfway home in this 2nd qualifying heat. 4 in, 4 to go. Schwedick loses ground there off of 2.
Dave Bailey edges out ahead of Jim Lampman. Lampman will move up the racetrack, get up near the cushion, try to mount a challenge to get back to the inside of that 49. Ron Logie to the inside of Mike Thorne. That's a battle for the 4th spot.
Yeah, Logie, a little contact there, I think, off of the 2nd corner between Logie and Thorne. Here comes Hale to the outside of the 55. 2 laps left to go, this time behind the stand for leader Dave Bailey.
Chris Hale working around the outside of Mike Thorne in the battle for the 5th spot. Logan Schwedick right behind. The top 4 nose to tail, working through 3 and 4. White flag will be displayed as Fawcett with problems in that 32 machine. He's going to head towards the pit road.
Mark Fawcett just not able to catch a break, it seems, in the 32 machine as he'll coast it around. The top 4 get by him. Here goes Hale, Thorne, and Schwedick, who has to make a quick move there to get by the 32. Checkers coming out for Dave Bailey.
Jim Lampman going to come home 2nd, and it's Klazinga, Logie, Hale, Thorne, Schwedick, McPhail, and Fawcett.
Well, guys, here's your first Case IH track report of the night. We've got some wild stuff going on, but it's actually the best the track's been all season, guys. You can see it's consistent all the way through. Still very soft plasticine. Like, we're going to see these claps where they start pulling up and they'll flow them up, but if they can keep buffing this off and work it right to the top, I think we're going to see the best track we've seen so far. The moisture certainly helped us out. I want to send a shout out to the boss watching from Quebec tonight.
And as Glenn mentioned last week, there was still some moisture down deep, and we needed some more days of sun, and we had that really all week up until today, and then got the water we needed this morning to prep the track. So it's weather-wise, things have been working to the advantage of Zigger and the crew as they prepare the track here for tonight's action. Heat Race 3 ready to go. It's Trevor DeBoer and Donnie Lampman on row number 1, Ryan Dinning, Ryan Beagle in row number 2. Row 3 is where we find Kyle Wirt and Marshall Bellamy. Row number 4, Jeff Drummond and Paige Lanoux, Seth Lanoux and Corey White back in row 5. And Adam Plazik is back. First time since his rollover a few weeks back in the 41 machine. He starts 11th.
Great to see the return of Adam Plazik in that 41 machine after what was such a hard hit there in turn 2. Top 5 in this heat as well, a bunch of heavy hitters. Trevor DeBoer leading that pack of 5. Kyle Wirt and Ryan Beagle bringing up the rear. And then there's a little gap back to a beautiful 6X machine. That's a great looking race car.
Last week we got back to the handicap system for starting in our heat races. And you might be asking, why isn't Dave Bailey in this one? This is usually the top of the top in this one. Well, he's 7th place in points this year, so he's not up there with your top 5 right now. Kyle Wirt comes into tonight as the point leader.
And the way it works, anybody who is new on a given week goes to the back of the 3rd heat. Anyone who has missed a week like Adam Plazik has. So that's why we've got 6 cars at the back of this one who probably don't belong in the back of the 3rd heat. But because of those reasons, that's where they slot in.
Ryan Beagle out there as well. He's working the outside line behind Ryan Dinning to the outside of Donnie Lampman, who's been very impressive to start off this season. And not that Donnie isn't usually a quick car, but he's really putting in the consistency this year, and it's showing. He's up 3rd in the standings.
Halfway through this heat already. Good battles at the front, good battles in the middle as well with some visitors out there. Bellamy and the Lanous doing battle. Seth Lanoux and Paige Lanoux side by side as they work into turn 3. A couple of colorful race cars out in front, though Trevor DeBoer continues to extend his advantage.
5 on the board. 3 laps remaining here in this final qualifier for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstock Division. 2 to go by Carter Long, our flagman tonight, as Trevor DeBoer goes under the flag stand. Ryan Beagle, Ryan Dinning, Kyle Wirt, Donnie Lampman in the top 5.
Marshall Bellamy had some problems there that lap. He peeled off into the pits in that 6 machine. Trevor DeBoer, though, no problems for him so far as the white flag flies. It'll be one more lap around. Ryan Beagle is starting to close that gap, but he just does not have enough time.
Now that Ackland Insurance 84RK is closing the door, but we're coming up on the checkered flag this time by through 3 and 4. Goes Trevor DeBoer in the Mert Timson Auto number 23 machine. He'll pick up the heat race win over Beagle. And it's Dinning, Wirt, Donnie Lampman. And then we have the 7-11 of Seth Lanoux, the 41 of Adam Plazik, the 92 of Paige Lanoux, the 19F of Corey White, and the 76 machine of Jeff Drummond completing the running order in that final qualifying heat for the Thunderstocks.
Hey guys, it seems like when we have the late models come in, they bring a lot of their friends with them. So a few of the Brighton guys and Buxton guys always tend to trickle in with the Thunderstocks, and we get ready to bring out our late model Open. And a lot of talk about a crate has won this Open a lot of the last few years, but this heavy track, guys, they may be bringing a knife to a gunfight tonight.
Early in the night, I think it's going to favor these Open motors, but we'll find out. You still got to have a good handling race car. Here's how they're going to line up. On the pole from Brighton, Ontario, the 46 is Brandon Mowat. To his outside from Ridgetown, the 60 is Nick Glassford. Starting third from Cherry Valley, Ontario, the 0FG is Adam Turner. To his outside in the 00A from Picton, it's Andrew Hennessy. Starting 5th from Gravenhurst, the 38 is Mike Gowdy, and starting 6th from Chatham, the 1A is Jake Hooker. Starting 7th from Freedom, New York, the 2 is Zach Carley, starting 8th. In the 06, it's Jordan Van Hall. And rounding out the field from Windsor, the 29 is Ryan Bonner. 8 laps is the distance in these qualifying heats. They're making sure all the transponders are working. I'm sure we'll see some names added to the numbers on our timing and scoring as the night goes on. But here you go, folks. Always popular. The dirt late models about to begin 8-lap qualifying heats.
A couple of rows, east versus west in this, and Nick Glassford, Jake Hooker pull away off the drop of the green flag. Those open motors pulling away. Here comes Adam Turner up to the 3rd spot.
You can definitely see it down the straightaway. The open motors pull away from these crates, but as the night goes on, as the track starts to slick over, that gap closes in. But out front right now, Nick Glassford's letting that engine eat.
Whew. Close call there for Adam Turner. Gathers it back up as he'll give up the 3rd spot that time by as Zach Carley works his way around. It's all Nick Glassford out in front of the one-stop auto parts number 60.
Glassford with Jake Hooker about 4 car lengths behind. Problems for Glassford? No, it's not. It's a yellow flag for a slow car in turn number 3.
Jordan Van Hall has some issues in the 06, puts us under the caution flag with 2 on the board, 6 to go. Again, Haskell Haulage is sponsoring tonight to allow all 28 cars to start the A-Main this evening. So thanks to Haskell Haulage.
Yeah, I'll speak about that. So with the drivers being Doug said, we got 26, 24 is a full field, $250 a start, and a $500 extra cost for the Speedway. I said, let me talk about it. By the time we got back, yeah, the guys at Haskell Haulage said, we're going to start everybody, so good on them, guys.
People are eager to support. You know, it's a good family. Good supporters. Wow, did you see that mud explode off someone's car? Maybe it was a tire.
Yeah, Brandon Mowat, I think, in the Target Fabrication 46 pulls into the pit area. Will stay green with Jake Hooker, now the leader.
Hooker out in front, running what is the cushion right now, but on the normal Friday night, that cushion would be much higher up the racetrack. They'll continue to push that up the track as the evening goes on.
Jake Hooker, if you'll recall, last summer was tapped to run in the NASCAR Pinty Series event, but couldn't get his NASCAR credentials in time to run in that event, and he had put down some very fast times in the practice sessions that we had. So Jake showing he can get it done. Very talented driver both on the dirt and on the asphalt.
Jake Hooker's misfortune was Jake Sheridan's fortune as he got that ride for the event as we have 2 laps to go.
Still all Jake. Oh, Jake Hooker goes into corner number 2 and something crumpled up on that right front of the 1A. You see the nose of that car damaged as Nick Glassford will blow by. Does he have a right front gone down?
The problem is the nose is collapsed. So when he goes into the corner, the right front is running over the nose, and it's almost like a slip and slide out there, right? There's no traction.
So he's headed to the pit area. It's all Nick Glassford out in front. He'll take the checkered flag a half a lap ahead of Zach Carley in the 2.
Carley going to bring it off at turn number 4. He'll take that 2nd spot. Ryan Bonner going to finish 3rd. Then it'll be Adam Turner, Mike Gowdy, and the 06 of Jordan Van Hall. So I think we're going to see, we see a replay here, goes into the corner. Once you get over the nose like that, that's what the right front corner of the car is riding on. And there's just no grip to be had.
See Carter Long up on top of the flag stand tonight. Normally down in the infield, flagging down in corner 4, and he's also our cone man for the sprint car races.
He's not going to want to give that spot up. It's a nice view from up there. Dave Hunsinger is off at the Butter Tart Festival pretending to go for a run. Heat race number 2 will line up like this. On the pole from Chatham, the 22S is Brian Spielman. Starting second from Port Colborne, the 31J is John McIntyre. Third in the 49 from Blenheim, it's Brett Hope. Fourth in the 11B, it's Brad Bloomfield. Fifth from Wallaceburg, the 05 is Mike Lewis. Sixth from Port Colborne, the 47P is Blaine Morawski. Seventh from Chatham, the RH94 is Jason Haskell. Starting eighth from Windsor, the 33 is Topher Fiddler. Rounding out the field from Chatham, the 36 is John Pinsino.
Back under the green flag for the late model division. 8 laps the distance. And off they go down the back stretch. Who we got in this one that's a crate?
Well,
I think it's all the opens in this one.
It sure looks like it. Marshall Harriger's, nope, I'm looking at the wrong list.
Right rear flat there for the 36 machine, John Pinsino.
John McIntyre leading the way out in the front of this one. John Pinsino down to the infield already. Second is Brian Spielman in the 22.
Brett Hope back there in the 4th spot, feeling some pressure from Mike Lewis in the 05. Here's the battle between those two drivers. Lewis in the 05, he'll slip by the 49 machine. Out in front, it's all Marshall Harriger still.
The top 3 have pulled away, but they're battling among themselves. Harriger continuing to lead as Spielman up the racetrack towards the outside wall, swings to the outside to battle for the lead. He's gonna take it.
4 in, 4 to go. Spielman over Harriger's now. Jason Haskell back there. And the RH94 rides in the 3rd spot. He'll put the charge on the 31 and swing by into the 2nd spot.
Spielman used the outside. Haskell uses the inside. Same effect though. Haskell up to 2nd. Move McIntyre back to the 3rd spot.
Well, it's all Spielman since he got by the 31 machine of Harriger's, and he'll come to the line with 2 laps left to go. Jason Haskell trying to reel him in. He's got some speed in that RH94 in the 2nd spot.
Little bit of slower traffic, doesn't slow him down for long. Spielman with the hammer down. He'll see the white flag in the air one more time around. Jason Haskell almost half a straightaway back in 2nd.
Haskell gets boxed in behind Morawski in the 47P. Checkers will come out, and Brian Spielman will pick up the Heat 2 win.
Haskell going to come home 2nd in the battle for 3rd. Mike Lewis takes the spot. John McIntyre 4th. Brad Bloomfield 5th. Brett Hope comes home 6th. As we talk about this racetrack, just getting a little bit wider, a little bit wider.
What's Clint picking up? Selection of used pieces and parts over there.
He does it all.
He's got several pieces, I think. It was more than just one. Something for the man cave, maybe.
No, I'm going to try and trade it for some bananas.
Don't worry, your banana supplier will be all set. Heat race number 3 is going to line up like this. On the pole from Trenton in the 57 is Charlie Sandercock. Starting 2nd from Dresden, the 31 is Marshall Harrigers. 3rd from Chatham, the 4 is CJ Field. And 4th from Charing Cross in the 43, it's Cody Vandewinkle. Starting 5th from Blenheim, the 00 is Jim Dale Jr. Starting 6th from Chatham, the RH21 is Greg Haskell. 7th in the 19 Junior from Port Colborne, it's Rob Lettingham. 8th in the 911, it's Jay Liverance. And rounding out the field from Trenton, the 11 is Kyle Sopaz.
CJ Field jumps out to the early lead. Vanderwinkle in there in the 2nd spot as they get by Charlie Sandercock in the 57 machine. And big chunks of clay coming up there behind the 00 of Jim Dale Jr. And we got a car at the back, a little slow there, the 52. Did we ever get a name on the 52? No. That was the 28th car that is not on our 27 car list.
What's in that number? Only 6 cars registering with transponders right now, so they'll have a little bit of work to do sorting this out for tonight's feature event, but we can be sure that out in front, this one is all CJ Field in the 4. Look at Greg Haskell, though, in the 21. Watch him through this corner.
Hooked up on the bottom and slings by Vanderwinkle. Oh, hard hit.
You picked a fine time to leave me loose, wheel.
We're going to get a strike for that one.
That is a wheel and plenty of hardware to go with it.
We get to zoom in on that. It's got a name on the number. No, not now.
Race Med. Like, that is a lot of apparatus still attached to that wheel.
Hit into the bales up there. Clinton Jeffries on the scene, and
well, guys, yeah, there's big problems here. So this is big problems, guys. This is lower and upper A-frame braking. So this is what would hold out. Let me roll. It should be like this. And this would be your upper A-frame attached to the frame, that attached to the bottom. You can see every part has broken. Both upper and lower A-frame have come apart, and that's going to need a hook here for the 52 of Rick Cedar Jr., I believe is the name.
Well, Rick Cedar Jr., we're going to have a replay here where you'll want to watch the very top of the screen. Because as the leader's going into one, Rick Cedar is introducing himself to that outside hay bale. An unceremonious stop there between turns 1 and 2. Clinton, what's the cleanup looking like?
It won't take us long at all here. We're going to try and give you a look at the right front when we get him off the wall here. But yeah, this is a big problem here. Rick will be done for the night, and you can bet on that. And we'll try and get a look at this one in just a second.
By and large, uneventful heat races, though. I can say this, compared to what the late models used to bring out to the racetrack, Greg, when they would make their annual visit or once or twice a year visit, we're seeing much better quality. Drivers, equipment. So we have another look at Rick Cedar.
makes contact with the bale and then runs over that right front as the car comes to a rest, and there you see. Wow.
If you ever wanted a good look at the inside of a dirt late model.
Rick Cedar didn't want that look.
No.
But yeah, that's what happens when you lose that right front. It basically just destroys the whole body and everything.
Clinton Jeffrey going to run back to that side-by-side. Provided by Lockhart's. You can get everything you need there for outdoor power equipment.
So last week we said we need a sponsor for the microsprint / push-off track and a sponsor for you and I. Well, we got one for the push-off track. Is that telling you something? But Gale's Auto Aftermarket now is the official sponsor of the push-off track.
Pretty cool for Gale to step up.
You know, Gale's health isn't that great as he gets up there in the years, but he's hooked up at home. He watches every week. So hi, Gale. Hi, Bob. And whoever you got over for your viewing party, we appreciate everything you do for it. We got the Gale's Cash Blast big race coming up. But how cool, guys, to call it the Gale's Auto Aftermarket Push-Off Track. Getting ready to go back here with late models.
Back to Cargo Ease restart zone. CJ Field, Greg Haskell. Door to door down into corner number 1, and Haskell has shown a lot of speed down in 3 and 4, especially around the bottom. We'll see what he can do on the outside this time.
Holding a lot of speed up on the high side. CJ Field drifts up the track, has to pitch the car sideways, scrubs off some speed there. He'll lose that lead to Haskell and then slide up to the cushion to run the same line.
And troubles now for Rob Blettingham on the 19. He'll come to a stop in the Blastall 19 junior machine, and that puts us back under the caution flag. And that that looks like a right rear issue as well for Rob Lettingham.
Lettingham with a lot of wins here at Ohsweken Speedway in a sportsman car.
I gotta think he's up there in the. Let's have a look in the history books here. 14 career sportsman wins for Rob Lettingham.
And he had a lot of fun getting them.
But he's got a right rear flat among other problems here, but he is taking the gloves off. Jack, you shoot that one for you. So a flat right rear. And I'll jump in here and talk to Smiley. And Jack, you can jump through the window. Safety crew in here talking to him. Well, big guy, this ain't how we're supposed to meet. What's the story? You got a flat right rear. Is there something else going on too?
No, I think everything's good. We just, must have caught something out there and cut a tire.
All right, we'll get you hooked from the back. Everybody start, so he's going to be all right. And we'll see that. And yeah, this guy was a superstar when Adam and I started out here. Back in the day, him and Pitsy and Mallory and Freddie Carlton going at it. Good to see Rob back out here.
He and his crew had a lot of fun out here at the racetrack. Maybe as much fun as anybody did, Clint, as a group. Can you think of any crew in that sportsman area? Although they all did, didn't they?
It was wild back here on a lot of Friday nights, that's for sure.
We've got to give a special shout out while we've got the opportunity to Michael Verney, watching from Melbourne, Australia. Understand he's a race marshal at the Australia Grand Prix. This is similar, Michael, but different. So thanks for watching from Australia. Pleasure to have you on G-Force TV.
Watching the replay from the backstretch wall cam, and you can see that tire go down. And
remember opening night when the backstretch wall cam had piles of dirt on the wall in front of it? Who was it that talked about it the next week? We're like, oh my goodness, we want to send someone out there to brush it off. Sunset's where we talked about it, Spencer, wasn't it? You know, you expect the voices in your head to give you accuracy. If nothing else, the voices in your head should speak truths. We're going to line them up again. 6 laps are complete. 2 laps remain.
I'm confused. Why was there mud on the backstretch at Sunset?
I want some of what Spencer's having. Make mine a double.
That's why we're sending him with you tomorrow.
We're not allowed to speak of that. CJ Field on the inside. Greg Haskell is the control car on the outside as they crawl towards the cargo ease restart zone.
Off they go again, and Haskell this time gets a good jump off the drop of the green flag and into corner number 1 with CJ Field in tow. Jim Dale Jr. and Cody Vandewinkle back there side by side for 3rd.
Battle further back for 5th. That's Kyle Sopaz and Charlie Sandercock racing side by side as the white flag flies. I don't think anyone's going to be able to close in on Haskell in that 21.
No, he is hauling the mail tonight. He's a hauling Haskell here tonight in that RH21. Checkers out. Greg Haskell gets the win over CJ Field, and then it's Cody Vandewinkle, Jim Dale Jr. Kyle Sopaz at the line in the 5th spot. And then Charlie Sandercock comes home in 6th. Marshall Harriger's back there in the 7th spot.
Guys, I'm not sure if you saw the notes from Tommy so far, but with this fast track here tonight, we've set 2 new track records already. Dave Bailey ran an 18.806 in his heat race. That's a new fastest lap for a Thunderstock, and he beat his own record set in 2018. And Brett Stratford set the fastest crate lap, 14.346, breaking the record by Steve Lyons in 2015.
But you can't break a track record in practice.
Well, we're going to have to ask Tommy that. I'm just going off what was sent.
I don't believe a track record can be broken in a practice session because a few weeks ago, Daryl Turford messaged me to say that Dylan Westbrook was practicing faster than the track record. But it doesn't count unless it's done in racing conditions or qualifying conditions, I believe. All
right, first qualifying heat of the night onto the racetrack for the The Oakwood Transport Action Sprint Tour Western Region event. This is event number 1 on the season. They'll be down at Merrittville Speedway tomorrow night for round number 2. And this is how they'll line up. Starting on the pole out of Brockville in the R52, that's Matt Billings. Adrian Staley to his outside from Kitchener in the 50 LS. Starting in third out of Dorchester, the 00s, Greg Smulders. And going from fourth out of Ohsweken, the 9C is Brian Nanakoke. Starting fifth out of Thamesford, the 14 is Larry Gledhill. From the 6th spot out of Ohsweken, the 99, that is Joshua Hill. 7th starting spot belongs to Lance Erskine. He's from Brantford in the 88. Alongside of him, Cam McKinnon from Ridgeway in the 85C. Then it's 4-barrel Daryl Pelche from Port Perry in the 4B start 9th. Mark Supernan from Carlsbad Springs in the M52 goes off 10th.
Field rumbles down into turn number 1. 4-barrel Daryl just about went for a tumble in the first turn. Out in front it is Matt Billings. Things are a little bit different tonight. Only 24 cars will start the A-Main because this is an Action Sprint Tour event. 5 will transfer from each of the heats. Then we'll take 4 more out of consolation events later on.
And it will also count for points for weekly standings reasons here at Ohsweken Speedway of the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division as well. And the cars that are in the B-Main that would normally start the A-Main, they'll get their points up in the first 4 spots.
Billings pulling away out front. Brian Nanakoke. This has to be a relief for that driver. Having a solid run in the 2nd spot. He'd love nothing more than just get into that A-Main, not have to worry about things from here on in. 3rd, 4th, and 5th right together. Hill, Erskine, and Gledhill. Then it's a gap back to Smulders and Peltier.
Matt Billings out in front, setting sail down into corner number 3, and now rolling through 4, completing lap number 5 this time at the stand. Snap-on Tools number 52.
This track's still with a ton of bite in it. Whenever you see cars like this running around the bottom as fast as they are, it's the fastest way around, because when you don't have to lift and you can run the bottom, it's a shorter distance. Oh, problem for Matt Billings. Problem for Hill in the 99 as well. Billings slowed on the front stretch. He's got a problem in that 52. Can he hold on till the end?
Josh Hill smacked the wall off of corner number 4. He's still going. Matt Billings is running.
Flat left rear.
Yeah, that's going to do him in here. White flag is out. Brian Nanakoke out in front.
No. I thought it was a flat left rear, but the left rear's up. I thought I saw it flapping. Checkered flag in the air. Sorry, Greg, for Nanakoke.
And Erskine 2nd, and it's Larry Gledhill 3rd, and a big crash down in corner number 4. Matt Billings involved with Josh Hill. And who went over?
4-barrel Daryl Peltier.
You know, Matt Hill got sideways in front of him, and they tried to keep it on all 4, but at the end, the 4 ended up upside down. And yeah, the 52 of Billings got caught up in that, guys, and something was definitely going away. We'll try and find out from Matt what was wrong with that 52.
Insult to injury at the end. They're not able to avoid that ruckus in turn number 4. Just a lazy tip over for Daryl, but probably going to cost him a front wing. Or sorry, not a front wing, but a top wing.
It's like both.
And they put the car gently back right side up. Some damage to the front end of that machine, some damage to the top side of that machine. We'll have a look at a replay on GeForce TV from the speed shot. Look at the right side of the screen. Contact between Peltier and Hill. Who was that? Did a really nice job. I think it was either Greg Smulders or Cam McKinnon. Did a nice job to take evasive action.
Well, I'll get over here and talk to a couple of these guys as they're going around making the rounds, making sure everybody's okay. Daryl over there shaking hands, and Matt Hill in there, everybody checking, make sure everybody's okay. My question is for Matt Billings. What's the story on your car? It looked like you were leading this one and started to go flat on you. What do you know?
Not too much at the moment. We got to sort some stuff out in the pits, but yeah, it definitely went flat on us there in the last 2 laps.
All right, they're here for Matt Billings. They think they might have a fuel issue, guys. They're going to have to work on here. And now they're going to have to work here to get this Daryl Pelche machine on out of here. Matt Hill's got issues too, but I think the Matt Hill situation is just a top wing. Matt, what can you tell me about your car? Come here.
My name's Josh.
Josh Hill. I'm sorry, and I'm glad you caught that. Josh, it just looks like a nose wing on your car. What's up?
Nose wing, and I broke my ladder when I smucked the wall trying to get around Erskine out here. So we're gonna take it, and hopefully you guys will give us a B-Main.
You're getting a B-Main tonight.
All right, we'll see you there.
There you go, Josh Hill heading back to the pits tonight. But this Pelche car is not good, guys. As you can see, they have called the checkered on that one, so that'll be all she wrote for this qualifying race. And we'll get ready for another one.
We're going to take a quick break here on G-Force TV. When we come back, it'll be heat race number 2 for the crate sprints.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. G-Force TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the ABC Series, Ohsweken Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, G-Force TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at gforcetv.net and start watching today.
It all started for us at the racetrack, from dirt to water. We have continued to keep the adrenaline and drive to make sure that we are always in the forefront. We are driven to give our customers the absolute best in service, products, and memories with your family. No matter what your passion is, whether it's on the water, in the dirt, on the snow, or on the road, we will always be here welcoming you over and over again through the doors here at Lockhart's. You're not just a customer here, you are part of our team.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet presents Friday Night Excitement at Ohsweken Speedway. I'm Greg Kellman, with me Adam Ross, Clinton Jeffrey down track side. It is Cormark night here at the Speedway. Late Models Action Sprint Tour. We've also got the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks and the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks as we have a look at the pit area from the drone.
While we've got a couple of minutes, Greg, let's keep up with the shout-outs. We wished Cole Lindy a happy 10th birthday. How about a hello to Patty and Tim Clark from Brighton? They've never watched sprint cars before.
Okay, we got to get Abby to go over by the fountain there in the lake off of corner number 3 sometime. I think he did it at night one evening.
We got a bite. We've got someone who is considering sponsoring the Now, wait a second. Is this the announcing team? I would rather you pick just one.
Oh, thanks. Oh, you're getting it.
As if.
Heat number 2 out onto the Speedway. Al Slate starts on the pole. He's from St. Catharines in the 2S. Johnny Miller of Six Nations, the Iceman, starts second in car 20. Going third from Ohsweken, the 420, it's Victor Bomberry. And Rob Neely is back. He's from Rockwood in the 74. Ken Hamilton starts fifth. He's from Brantford in the 69K. Cam Thomas out of here on Ohsweken, the 28, starts sixth. Seventh is Jeremy Hughes. He's back behind the wheel of the 11W tonight from Burlington. Jesse Costa's got that car rebuilt and ready to go. He'll start 8th in the 52 machine. And Mike Bowman out of St. Catharines in the 71 will start in the 9th spot.
John Carley just messaged me to say it was him. We were talking about that dirt on the backstretch wall. He brought it up.
At Sunset.
At Flamborough. Just to throw another wrench into the works.
I'm confused. Here we go, heat race number 2 for the Oakwood Transport Action Sprint Tour. Slate and Miller will bring us to the green flag.
Man, the Iceman got off to a good launch there, but Slate really worked the bottom of the racetrack, able to keep his momentum up and steal the lead away. He's going to lead at the end of lap number 1 as we've got one around. Oh, it's Victor Bomberry in the 420. He tips that over in turn number 4.
That was as easy as you can get for a tip over there, and it bent the brace on the wing.
That's about it.
That's about it. That's as easy over as you can go, I think. As we'll watch the replay here.
Look at the...
Just get sideways.
Keeps those tires spinning. That once you get to the left side, it just slowly tips on over. Got to say hi to our friends from Edmonton, Alberta. Kevin Angel. Shout out to Dennis, Zoe, and Sebastian. I believe they're out at the track tonight. Sometimes they watch from home in Alberta, and sometimes they're out here. It's a hell of a commute, Greg. That's really cool. We've even got NASCAR Pinty Series crews watching as they drive to Quebec for tomorrow's race at Chaudière.
So you got to get up bright and early to catch the plane.
I do, but you know what? It is nicer than a 10-hour car ride wedged in the back of a van.
The guy's waiting down here for the Vic Bomberry 420. He says it's okay. I think they're just going to push him up and send him back on his way. It did leak a bit of oil out of the side breather, but other than that, I think he's good to go. Here comes his push, and we'll see if the 420 will fire up.
Gonna fire up the 420 on a Friday night in Ohsweken.
Well, I don't know if this is the right time to say it, but Vic runs the Level Up shop down the street. And it looks like it's going to fire it up.
Oh, Greg, we found you a sponsor. Gingers Unite.
How about that? It's smoking and everything.
Well, there's Al Slate in the 2 machine, the race leader with 1 on the board, still 7 to go.
No, don't know how much we've talked about Al Slate, former Thunderstock racer. Then he went to Sportsman for a while, got out of racing, built his electrical business, and said, hey, I want it back in, and he's come back to the crate. So a lot of experience here for Al Slate in other divisions, not so much the crate sprints.
We were talking about Elliott at the start of the night. Our flagger in the stands. Haven't seen him in a few weeks. Watching at home. So glad you're watching, Elliott. We miss having you here.
For sure. It's always fun to watch the, I would call them junior flaggers, but he's almost voting age.
Yeah.
Maybe he is.
Flags as well as the best of them.
Slate out in front to the bottom. Johnny Miller up the outside. Good to have Rob Neely back at the racetrack after his global tour.
He's got that radio shuttle number 74 up to the 3rd spot. His last outing here ended up in pieces, and he's racing side by side with a guy that was in pieces last Friday night in this qualifying heat that he ran. Backed it hard up into the fence quite a distance after making contact in that race with another driver, and he's back. All the Nathan Ackland Racing folks, that crew worked hard to get that 52 back. You wouldn't know that he'd been in an accident. It looks as pristine as it did on opening night.
Exactly. That car looks fantastic. And what a difference a year makes. Mike Bowman was unstoppable in the crate sprint car last season. He's out here hanging on to the 5th spot, but he's about to be challenged by Jeremy Hughes in the 11.
Yeah, Hughes having a good run in that 11 machine. Plenty of laps in a sprint car over the years, as he works it down the back stretch following Mike Bowman in the 71.
Ken Hamilton right there as well joining in the fray. So a good run for him and the 69 machine with 2 laps to go. That's the battle on the racetrack to watch. 5 cars transferred directly to the A-Main. Right now Mike Bowman has the spot, but Jeremy Hughes is closing in.
Slate your leader, Miller, Neely, Costa, and Mike Bowman, the top 5, the transfer cars, but Jeremy Hughes all over the back end as we come to the checkered flag. Slate will get the win.
Coming home in second, it's the Iceman, Johnny Miller, then Rob Neely, Jesse Costa, Mike Bowman. Heading to the B-Main will be Jeremy Hughes, Ken Hamilton, and Victor Bomberry.
So 2 heats into the record books for the Oakwood Transport Action Sprint Tour Western Region. Two to go. Heat race 3 getting pushed off and ready to go over the Gales Auto Aftermarket push-off track. And as I mentioned, this is also points tonight for the Brantford Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division, and their heat races are brought to you by Slack Lumber. Slack Lumber recently under new ownership. It's a full-service facility specializing in supplying construction materials for all different disciplines in the building industry. Through one of their divisions, Window Works, they offer sales and installation of windows and doors, whether a single 2x4 or a house or a barn. You don't have a deal if you have a Slack deal. Check them out, www.slacklumber.ca. Heat race 3 looks like this on the pole out of Wainfleet in the 72. It's Tanner Podwinski to the outside, the current point leader. In the BS 39 from Wainfleet, it's Brett Stratford. Ashton Van Every lines up in the 3rd spot in the 77E. He's from here in Ohsweken. Matt Hill starts 4th in the MK8 from Ohsweken, and also from Ohsweken in the 21K tonight. That'll be Aaron Turkey, his first ride in a crate sprint car. And I'll have to go back to Facebook and see when he said that was. 2018 maybe?
Yes.
2018 for Aaron Turkey. Starting in the 6th spot out of Mississauga, car number 4, the highlight man, Mac DeMann. And starting in 7th for Mancaster, the 51 of Trevor Young. 8th spot, that's where we'll find Austin Rose from Osley, Ontario in the 3S. And Curtis Gartley out of Thamesford in the 45. Starts at 9.
Want to mention that 21K of Aaron Turkey is for sale for 21K. Race ready, put your seat in and go. I told Aaron he better put it back in the box tonight, but 21K if you want to buy the 21K.
Heat race 3 gets the green flag. Brett Stratford with that new GSR chassis jumps out to the early race lead. He dominated much of last week's feature, but just came up short as Dale Curran got by him in the late stages and got the feature win.
Out in front he goes, Stratford by about 20 car lengths now over Tanner Podwinski in the 72. Podwinski trying to hold off a hard charging Mac DeMann, and they have pulled away from Ashton Van Every and Aaron Turkey duking it out through 3 and 4.
All Brett Stratford over Tanner Podwinski, and how about Mac DeMann? Started in 6th. He's working in that 3rd spot, trying to track down the runner-up.
Trevor Young in the 51, Curtis Gartley in the 45, Austin Rose in the 3. They're trying to close in on that battle for 4th and 5th. 5 cars right there close together. Only 2 of them are going to transfer.
Curtis Gartley started in the last spot. He's working his way. He's 1 spot away from a transfer spot, trying to get by that 21K of Aaron Turkey.
Man, he comes up to the wall coming off of turn number 4. Austin Rose looks to the inside. Trevor Young is right there as well, but they're losing ground on Aaron Turkey in that 21 machine. Ashton Van Every in the 77 and Aaron Turkey doing a nice job to keep that distance ahead of the 6th place car.
Change for the 2nd spot. Mac DeMann trying to get by Tanner Podwinski. Dove in deep in 3. Podwinski gets it back at the line. Close call there just below the flag stand, so put Podwinski back in 2nd.
Aaron Turkey gets around Van Every once again. Van Every back to that 5th spot with 1 lap to go. He gets loose down into 3 and 4. Austin Rose can smell opportunity. He's trying to close the gap.
Checkers coming out. It's been all Brett Stratford on cruise control. He'll pick up the heat race win. This good battle for 2nd will end with Podwinski getting the spot. Over Mac Demand, then it's Aaron Turkey and Ashton Van Every will punch their ticket into the A-Main. So Austin Rose, Curtis Gartley, Trevor Young, Matt Hill will all go to the B-Main later tonight. One heat left to go for the Oakwood Transport Action Sprint Tour West.
Just in this heat race alone, those are some heavy hitters we're sending to the B-Main, Greg.
Yeah, they are. It's going to be tough with only 4 cars transferring through that B-Main. It's a B-Main that's going to mean a lot. And as a fan, that's what you want to see. As racers, you don't.
That's why fans want to see it. It's because the racers dread it. They're on edge. They know it's go or go home.
Heat race 4 onto the racetrack. Sheldon Bender will start from the pole. He's from Listowel in the 97. John Cadman lines up alongside from Smithville in the 71C. Starting in third out of Ancaster, the 16X, that's Keegan Baker. Ryan Fraser to the outside from Rockwood in the 94 starts in fourth. Travis Hofstetter starts fifth. He's from Kitchener in car number 2. Steve Murdoch having a great season so far here at the Big O. He's from Georgetown, the 2M. He'll start sixth. Last week's winner, Dale Curran, lines up seventh. He's from Bowmanville in the 31. Tyler Ward had issues in the hot lap session. I see his car's back out there again. He's from Woodstock in the 29W. He'll roll off 8th. And Brandon Mowat from Brighton in the 07 machine starts 9th.
4 stacked heats of crate sprint car action. The Action Sprint Tour, only 24 cars will start the A-Main event. This will be more cars that we send home tonight than any night this season. Sheldon Bender in that 97. It seems to me he's getting a little bit better all the time. Keegan Baker, we talked about that young man. Teenager in the 16X, getting more competitive each and every week. John Cadman, a standout asphalt racer in super late models. He's out there in the 71 machine. Green flag about to fly. And we are underway with the final crate sprint car heat.
Off they go through 1 and 2. John Cadman along with Sheldon Bender, wheel to wheel. Troubles for Tyler Ward again. As I mentioned, he had problems in the hot laps, and he is creeping down the backstretch. See if he might be able to get to the high side there and coast it into the pit area, but we're going to go under the caution flag, so try that one again. Here we see the Tirecraft 29W. Tyler Ward, beautiful looking car. Darren Dryden, another beautiful wrap by him.
He rides off into the sunset, Greg.
Yeah, not the way he wanted to, that's for sure.
Well, Ward up here says he just needs to get fired off, guys, so I don't think there's any issue. Not sure whether it jumped out of gear or what the situation was, but I said, Tyler, what do you need? He said, I just need a push.
Now, who just ran onto the track with the cone?
Pardon?
Who just ran onto the track with the cone? Is that Chris?
Yes, so Carter is our protege, right? He's the understudy for Dave.
Yep.
And the deal was, for him to get the role, he had to get someone to be cone man. So his dad got elected to be cone man for him for tonight. So yes, Chris Long is running the cone for us this evening.
When he was running back from doing the cone, he looked just like Carter to me.
That hurts me because I told you all this at the start of the night. But
he looked just like Carter, so I questioned your intelligence because you don't have a lot of it.
Obviously not. I said okay to work with you.
You tell me a lot of things, Greg. You told me you were going to buy me dinner.
I did. Did you pay for it?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
You fool.
Listen, there's no such thing as free lunch, so when someone offers it, I question their intentions.
All right, 1 lap in, 7 to go. We'll go back to the Cargo Ease restart zone with Sheldon Bender, John Cadman, 1 and 2.
Everybody makes it past the cone. Chris Long gets the cone back off the front straightaway. Dale Current looking for that 5th spot. Keegan Baker's got it. Not anymore.
Yeah, here's that battle. Curran, Keegan side by side down into corner number 1. Keegan Baker's got the spot. Murdoch side by side right in front of that with Ryan Fraser there. We see the battle down into corner 3.
Couple of drivers who have raced together a long time on pavement. Now they're racing together on the dirt, duking it out side by side for the 3rd spot. 3rd, 4th, 5th, right together down the back straightaway. Murdoch, Fraser, Baker. Last week's winner, Dale Curran, on the outside looking in, trying to close that gap.
Sheldon Bender out in front. He's had some misfortune already to start this season, but this is another driver that has come a long way since race number 1 in the sprint car division and gets better and better every week. Out in front, holding down John Cadman in the 71C.
Keegan Baker just picked up the 4th spot. That might prove to be a very valuable pass as Dale Curran closing in on those drivers. Just 2 laps to go. John Cadman is closing in on the race lead. That's a great race to watch at the front. But the other one we focus on is the last opportunity to get to the A-Main from this heat race. And right now the spot is held by Ryan Fraser.
Holding off last week's winner. Final time down the backstretch for Sheldon Bender. There you see the gap between he and John Cadman. Off a corner 4-hill roll. Sheldon Bender picks up the heat race win over John Cadman, Steve Murdoch, Keegan Baker, and Ryan Fraser. So last week's feature winner to the B-Main along with Travis Hofstetter. Brandon Mowat will also go to the B-Main. So that's how tight it is in the crate sprints. You can be down in Quick Victory Lane last Friday night, and in the B-Main this week, that's the case for Dale Curran.
It's what keeps us coming back week after week, Greg. So that'll do it for qualifying for the Action Sprint Tour Crate Sprints. On the track now, the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks for their VNR Recycling Heat Races. Now with 2 locations to better serve you, one in West Lincoln and one in Font Hill, VNR Recycling provides competitive pricing for all ferrous and non-ferrous metals as well as catalytic converters. Heat race number 1, here's how they roll out. On the pole from Caledonia in the 11, it's the pinball, Mike Giberson. Doesn't look like he made the call. He's at the back of the field in his 11. Scheduled to start 2nd from Ohsweken, the 33 is Mark Martin. The 88 is Steve Conway from Leamington. The 54 from Stratford is Chris French. The 4 from Waterford is Wade Thorne. The 64 from Brantford is Nick Erskine. Out of York, the number 9 is Tim DeBoer. From Burlington, the 76 is Sean Taylor. And out of Beamsville, the 27 is Nico Hansen. And the 9K is from Brantford. That's Kylie Dixon. That's how they stack up in the mini stock. Stephen Conway trying to beat the Gremlins that have taken him out of competition each of the first 3 weeks of this race season.
Yeah, Conway showing speed. He had some, I believe it was on opening night, the car seemed all right. He's been fighting it ever since, but good to see that 88 machine running strong with Wade Thorne back there in the 2nd spot. Christopher French running 3rd, 3-car battle. Nick Erskine, Tim DeBoer, Nico Hansen, 3 cars wide off of corner 4.
All 3 of those cars 3 wide with relatives also who have raced at Ohsweken Speedway. Little tidbit there. Wade Thorne takes the lead on the high side over Stephen Conway. He'll lead the way into 3 and 4, keeping that momentum up by running way up high. Halfway through this heat race, Chris French closing in to make it a 3-car battle at the front. Mike Giberson peels off the racetrack. He'll take his number 11 to the pits.
Christopher French closing the gap on that GSR 88 of Steve Conway. Down he goes to the inside line, working it off of corner number 4. It's Wade Thorne out in front. And the Gibbs Action Sports number 4.
Thorne getting higher and higher each and every corner. I think he had to roll out of the throttle to avoid getting up towards that backstretch wall. Doesn't prevent him from running the high side through 3 and 4. White flag is in the air for Wade Thorne one more time around for the 4.
French trying to close the gap as he goes down into corner number 1 in that 54 machine. Leaders will come up on the back end of the Kylie Dixon 9KO. French, little contact there with the 88. He'll go down into 3, dives it in there, looking for that second spot. He'll edge ahead, come up the banking a little bit. Conway will hold on to the outside. Thorne gets the win. French at the line, second over Conway and Hansen. And then Mike Taylor. Sean Taylor brings it home in the 76. Then Tim DeBoer in the 9, the 64 of Nick Erskine. And Mark Martin in the 33 completes the running order. But for running order, that's you. Right. Running order is on the track.
You've seen me run, have you?
It comes with odor every time. Steve Conway, though, we've watched his battle with that car online. Good to see him have a good run.
That had to feel really good. Another shout out for the pole sitter. Ashton Dickey is on the pole. He's got family watching from Louisville, Kentucky. Cousins Maggie, Josh, and M. So we hope you're having a good time, Maggie, Josh, M, down in Louisville. Cousin Ashton is on the pole of this one. He drives the 1A out of Brantford. Starting second from Paris, the 79 is Steve Miller. Third from Ohsweken, the 188 is Paul Longboat. Fourth from Port Colborne, the 14L is John Lubeck. Fifth from Guelph, the 1 is Jason Tolton. Sixth, fresh off his first career victory last Friday night, from Linden, the 11E is Jeff Elsliger. Seventh from Beamsville, the 7B is Braden Cuse. Eighth from Waterdown, the 01 is Tristan Da Silva. Ninth from Cambridge, the 32L is Graydon Lyons. And rounding out the field from Caledonia, the 265 is Mike Evers.
Back under the green flag we go. And they head down there 3-4 wide. Lubeck around the outside of Miller. Here comes Longboat through the middle. Tolden, Da Silva, all up in the top 5. Chasing down Ashton Dickey, who has one career win. That came 2 weeks ago.
Tristan Da Silva in that Jibs Let's Landscape number 01, fresh off of a rebuild. He's up there in the top 5. Jackie Mathis is watching him from Minnesota. Happy belated birthday, Jackie.
Tristan Da Silva in that 01 machine, splitting between a couple of cars there. Works to the inside of Lubeck into the third spot. Now challenging to get into the top 5 is last week's feature winner, Jeff Elsliger. His first win was last Friday. He's caught up behind 3 cars side by side.
Man, oh man, it looked like both of the top 2 slowed on that straightaway. They just grouped right together. They're coming off of 4. It continues to be Dickey, but Longboat right on his back bumper, and he's got company.
4 wide this time through corner number 2. Tristan Da Silva and Longboat there in the middle. Dickey a little slow into corner number 3. That opens the door for Tristan Da Silva. They make contact. Da Silva trying to gather the car back up, and at the line, he'll lead the lap.
2 laps to go. Paul Longboat with a good run up the middle in the 188. Nose is poking out everywhere in that mini stock race. Here goes Longboat with a good run on the backstretch. He'll drive to the inside of 3 and 4. Try to challenge for the lead.
This time by, it'll be the white flag for Tristan Da Silva over Longboat, Tolton, Lubeck. Elsliger, and now Dickey, who led the opening laps, has found himself shuffled back to the 6th spot.
He's at the wrong end of this conga line. Out in front, Da Silva continues to lead one more time through 3 and 4. Paul Longboat going to follow his tire tracks through 3 and 4. Not going to be able to make a move. Da Silva for the win. Then it's Longboat, Lubeck, Tolton, Elsliger, Dickey, Evers, Cuse, Miller, and Lyons.
You know, I really used to like Dave Bradley. He was probably up in my top 5 favorite announcers anywhere.
He just offered to sponsor you.
Yeah, well, I'm hurt.
He was trying to bond as a fellow ginger.
Yeah, okay. I don't think I classify as that.
Well,
my beard, yes. But
neither of you are going to before too long. Heat race number 3 is going to line up like this. On the pole in the junior 188 from Ohsweken, the pole sitter is Delaney Longboat. Second from Hagersville, the 23 is Dusty DeBoer. Third in the 6X out of Smithville, it's Mike Sarantakos. Fourth from Ancaster, the 16 is Fabio Oliveri. Fifth in the 21H from New Hamburg, it's Ryan Hiller. Sixth in the 64B, it's Dylan Bonner. Seventh, we haven't seen him for a while, from Brantford. The 5 is Dave Goodacre. Eighth out of Beachville, the 66 is Martin Schroeder. Ninth from Oakland, the 24 is Lofton Schutz. And rounding out the field from Hamilton, the 81D is Crystal Sewells. Our final qualifying heat of the night. Adam Ross being joined by sensitive Greg Callan. As the green flag flies, Sarantakos leads the way with DeBoer up on the high side. They charge into turn number 1.
Dave's still way ahead of you on the list, though, just to be clear.
I believe that.
Side by side for the lead, Sarantakos on the bottom. Dusty DeBoer, he's got a feature win this year in that Tim Sonato 23 machine.
The driver running third, probably closest to a win without getting a win. Ryan Hiller in that 21. He's got Fabio Oliveri right behind him, and Dylan Bonner, who had a lot of speed in practice earlier on.
Off the corner, good battle continues on for the lead. It's Dusty DeBoer at the line over Sarantakos. Dusty working that outside line. Here comes Hiller trying to follow in his tire tracks to get up there into the mix with this. Fabio's right there behind them.
Then a couple of drivers we haven't seen for a while. Lofton Schutz in the 24, Martin Schroeder in the 66. Good to see them out here.
Dylan Bonner, one of the visitors here tonight from Westward Ways in the 64, having a good run right now alongside Fabio Oliveri in the 16.
Through 3 and 4, DeBoer has cleared Sarantakos in the 6. Ryan Hiller trying to follow him through on the outside as we've got 2 laps to go.
Dusty DeBoer using that outside line, just keeping it wound up. Ryan Hiller has been able to reel in the top 2. He'll follow in the tire tracks there of Dusty DeBoer into corner number 3. Will he split the 2 or follow Dusty? Here they come to the white flag.
No opportunity to split them, so he's all but pushing Dusty DeBoer down into turn 1. Hiller still in the tire tracks of that red and white 23 with Sarantakos to his inside.
Final time through 3 and 4. DeBoer holding on. Sarantakos has got Hiller boxed in down there on the inside line. Come to the checkered flag. DeBoer will pick up the win over Hiller, Sarantakos, Bonner, and Oliveri, your top 5. Then Lofton Schutz up there in the 6th spot over Martin Schroeder.
That might have been the closest finish among 7 cars that we've seen in a mini stock race.
Dave Goodacre will finish that out, along with Crystal Souls.
What a beautiful night.
Delaney Longboat will finish out the running order. Yeah, another beautiful sunset here as we see the drone shots over in the pit area.
Had just enough showers.
There it is. There's the fountain. We can't go to commercial. He's headed towards the fountain, Spencer.
Had just enough showers earlier on to get rid of the smoke and the haze, as Abby is checking out the scenery in our drone.
And with that, we'll take a quick break here on G-Force TV. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet presenting Friday Night Excitement here on G-Force TV.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Get ready to experience the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour. Join your host and wingman, Cam K, every Monday night at 7 p.m. on G-Force TV for an hour of non-stop excitement and in-depth analysis of the hottest racing series around. From the latest race highlights to expert analysis and insider commentary, you'll get an exclusive look at everything you need to know about the NASCAR Pinty Series. Tune in for the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour, the ultimate destination for race fans everywhere.
Back live at Ohsweken Speedway on G-Force TV. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet presents Friday Night Excitement. You're on Core-Mark night at the Speedway, and it's time for our first B-Main of the night. Last chance qualifier for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks. 12 cars to make the call, 7 to transfer. Go Fast Teeple will line up on the pole for this one. And he's out of Thorold. Mark Fawcett in the 32 lines up second. Paige Lanou from Tilbury in the 92 starts third. Casey Huffman from Brantford rolls off fourth in the 13 car. Melissa Miller starts fifth. She's from Ohsweken in the 93. Corey White out of Trenton in the 19C will line up sixth. Seventh, Jamie Googe in the 76 from London. John Overholt in the 96-0 from Welland in the 8th spot. Ninth, Jeff Drummond in the 76J from Tilbury. In the 10th spot, Kyle Andrus in the 43 from Hamilton. He'll make it back out there. Mike Klazinga out of Hagersville, the 93K starts 11th. And Marshall Bellamy from Blenheim in the 6X starts in 12th.
And it's somebody's birthday that Go Fast Teeple is wishing a happy one for, but my eyes are not nearly that good, Greg.
No, not a chance. As Mike Klazingas making hay from the back there on the outside, looking, whoa, 3, 4, almost 4 wide there, and a little contact being made.
Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me.
Mark Fawcett out in front. He doesn't know what he's missing, and he's probably thankful he's missing all of this, as Mike Klazinga's been on a charge.
Putting on a show in this opening lap and a half of the B-Main for the Thunderstocks. Fawcett wants nothing to do with any of that action. He's driving away out in front. Marshall Bellamy, after pulling off early in his heat race in that 6 machine, he's got the final qualifying spot out there, but he's not done. He's not satisfied with that. He's going to try to race his way into the top 5.
There we see the battle behind Kyle Andrus as Melissa Miller moves by Corey White. And along comes Marshall Bellamy as well. And Mike Klazinga has worked his way to the 2nd spot. He started in 11th in this one.
He's got a tall order ahead of him now. It's a big gap that Mark Fawcett has built, and we're halfway through this consi.
Fawcett, Klazinga, Teeple. Top 3. Then it's Andrus and Miller, top 5. Then Marshall Bellamy, who started in the back, up to the 6th spot, and Casey Huffman holding down that final transfer position.
So Casey Huffman would start 28th in the feature if he's able to hang on to that spot. That's what they're battling for. Everyone behind that yellow 13 will have to load up and go home after this consi if they're not able to advance their positions.
Well, I'll tell you what. Klazinga's closing the gap a little bit with 2 to go, so Mark Fawcett might be okay to hold on for the win here. Nonetheless, Klazinga putting a statement on how fast his car could be for the feature event.
So for those who don't know, there's 2 engine rules for this racetrack. You can run a 602 GM crate, or you can run a 305, and they've got a bunch of technical specs for that 305. Well, Mike Klazinga runs that 305 engine, and it seems to be agreeable to whatever this racetrack is providing tonight in terms of grip level.
He has definitely closed the gap. We see a black flag there for Marshall Bellamy. As the checkers come out, Fawcett holds on for the win, but Klazinga was just a car length back to finish 2nd. Teeple will get the 3rd spot. 4th will go to Kyle Andrus. 5th, Melissa Miller. 6th, Casey Huffman.
And a gift for Paige Lanou in the 92. She is going to get to run tonight's feature event. That should take us to intermission, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be a 10-minute break. And after that, I would tell you what's going to happen, but Greg stole the sheet of paper that has those answers.
Action Sprint Tour B-Main and Mini Stock B-Main if necessary, and that will lead us into our features tonight. So we'll take another quick break here on G-Force TV and be back after the intermission break.
I heard about a new product line at NTN called Kize. Can you tell me about it?
It's true, Kelly. Kize is NTN's new range of spherical roller bearings protected by steel shields fixed on the cage on both sides. It's an unprecedented solution, and it's exclusive to NTN.
Does NTN Keezay outperform an open spherical roller bearing?
Absolutely. NTN's Keezay's metal shields will keep out solid particles, dust, and other contaminants, while also keeping grease in. This results in a longer bearing life, reduced maintenance, and overall increased performance.
That's impressive. Will our users need to do anything different during the installation to accommodate the NTN Keezay?
Not at all, Kelly. NTN's Keezay spherical roller bearings are directly interchangeable with a standard open bearing. Same housing, same accessories, same installation procedure as they use now.
Wow, James. Look, a direct drop-in. What great news.
Yes, Kelly, it sure is. And with a minimum lifespan twice that of an open spherical roller bearing, NTN's Keezay delivers the ultimate bearing experience.
Now let's get some of these out into the market, James.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Ohsweken Speedway Racing on GeForce TV is brought to you by Tiffany Gate. Indulge in a world of fresh meals, sides, salads, and more.
Welcome back live to Ohsweken Speedway on GeForce TV as Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet presents Friday Night Excitement. Cormark bringing you all the action here tonight from the Big O. I'm Greg Kellnan. With me, Adam Ross. Clinton Jeffrey is down trackside getting ready to talk to our Top Gun Award. I'm not sure. Will we have one tonight with the Action Sprint Tour or not? No. Okay. Clint's just hanging out in Victory Lane tonight. And Adam has left the building, so it's just you and I, Clint.
No problem. What better time to talk about our new Lockhart's Odyssey Can-Am Defender XT as you see us bombing around the track. This thing has been amazing for us to use. It's got all the bells and whistles, 3-seater, and this cool dump box too that, it'll tip over, opens up like a tailgate, anything you want. But this thing has been amazing. Check out our friends at Lockhart's Odyssey. Anything you want, whether it be any kind of power sports, entertainment for the weekend, they've got you covered. And they've got us covered here. They've done a great job. The other thing we're going to talk about a bit is the track conditions. Greg, it's the best conditions we've had so far this year. So we'll talk about that a little bit as the night goes on too. We have one spot in one that we're a little bit concerned with, but the problems in 3 and 4 seem to be gone away, and I think we're in a great shape for tonight's feature event. We do have some drivers we're going to watch here tonight, and some guys have really been laying it down. So give us a second. We'll try and get you some more stuff and get right back to you.
Take a look at what's coming up on GeForce TV in the next little while. Of course, tomorrow we'll be heading over to Flamborough Speedway for the Grisdale Racing Products 100. And then in a couple of weeks, June 17th, the APC Series is at Peterborough Speedway along with the Quick Super Stocks. And then on Canada Day, July the 1st, the APC Series runs the Canada Day 100 at Delaware Speedway. And then, of course, you can catch all the action every Friday night right here at the Big O, all on GeForce TV. Go to geforcetv.net for the full listing of live events here on GeForce TV. Of course, as I mentioned earlier on, we're back with another night of Friday night excitement next Friday evening, as it's Canadian National Autism Foundation night. All 4 divisions in action, brought to you by Ackland Insurance. And then in 2 weeks' time, Gales Auto Aftermarket presents the Thunderstock Cash Blast 50. So a 50-lap main event for our Thunderstock division. Plus the Race of Champions Sportsman Series will be here. 360s are off that night, but we'll have the crates, Thunderstocks, and minis along with the Sportsman. And then on Friday, June the 30th, O'Neill's and Case IH present Agriculture Night at the races. We'll have 360s, crate sprints, Thunderstocks, mini stocks, and the vintage cars will be here on Friday, June the 30th. Don't forget, in August, we're going to have a huge week of racing, and it all starts really on go back to the Friday night, the Thursday, the Test and Tune. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong part of the schedule here. Here we are on the Friday night, the 11th. Jibs Action Sports presents the Sportsman Shootout, and that's in August. So we have Friday with the Sportsman, Saturday with the flat track bikes, Sunday is our Cool Kids Ice and Water Micro Sprint Nationals, and then Monday and Tuesday, of course, are the back-to-back NASCAR Pinty Series events, the Freshstone 100 and the Pinty's 100. Going to be a big week of racing here at the Big O, and if you've never camped here for an event, I would make sure you get that on your calendar. That's from August the 11th right through to the 15th, capped off with 2 nights in a row, the NASCAR Pinty Series, along with the Sit and Bull Tire Sprint Car Shootout for the Action Sprint Tour and 360 Sprints. So it's an action-packed week, Speed Week here in August at Ohsweken Speedway. Let's go trackside. Clinton Jeffrey with the track report.
Thanks a lot, Greg. As you can see, guys, the track has come in perfectly here. It is smooth all the way along here, all the way down the straightaway. It looks good. It's right here we get the entrance into one where things start to get a bit lumpy. You can see it's getting a little bit uneven here, and this is really starts to upset the sprint cars, and it will continue to come apart as they flake their tires across it. They'll rip this into a bigger hole all night long, and this will hopefully smooth out a bit, but it can turn into a crater. As we get further down here up on the track, it's not so much better here in the middle lanes. Bottom is great. Top is good, and until you get right here in about a quarter of the way into the apex is where we start to get a bit choppy again. But we've told all the teams the track has gotten consistently better week after week. It's been 60% better every week. It's 80% better than it was last week, and I think next week we should be back to the Ohsweken of old, guys.
And the weather has really played a big part in that. We've had many days of sun, nice weather, some wind that helps dry things out and gets rid of some of that spring water that maybe you don't see on the surface but is deep down in there and causes all sorts of problems below the layers. And then just a great shower here today has made this track super fast. In fact, I got a message from Tommy Googe, and he mentioned that there's a new 8-lap record for crate sprints set by Brett Stratford. 1 minute. 1 minute, 57 seconds was the time. First one ever under 2 minutes for a qualifying race for the crate sprint. So that tells you how fast this racetrack is here tonight. We'll take another quick break and be back with some more B-Main action here on G-Force TV.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
For over 100 years, our company has been unique, a world leader in high-precision products, fully committed to energy efficiency and friction reduction. Today is the day to start a new chapter, a new step of our company. Today is the day to share our vision, our contribution, our identity. At the heart of our DNA, there is a name: Namerica. We are NTN, and we make the world Namerica. We are all together. We design precision engineering. We believe in a fluid, mobile, and harmonious society. We build positive mobility. We are NTN, and with willingness, conviction, and humility, we make the world Namerica.
Lockhart's Odyssey is BRP's newest marine dealer for the legendary Alumacraft fishing boats, the luxurious Manitous, and the affordable Sea-Doo Switch pontoons. Come aboard our new outdoor showroom, located here in Cortland at Lockhart's Odyssey, your BRP Superstore.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Ohsweken Speedway Racing on GeForce TV is brought to you by Mighty White, the strongest wipe around, and by NTN, delivering the ultimate bearing experience.
Back live at Ohsweken Speedway on GeForce TV as Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet presents Friday Night Excitement B-Main for the Oakwood Transport Action Sprint Tour West. Last 4 spots on the line for tonight's A-Main. I want to give a shout out to Tyler Bushy watching at home. Glad you could tune in tonight, Tyler. Adam is back from the latrine. Ready to go again. Here's your lineup for the B-Main. I'll let Adam catch his breath. Starting on the pole out of Carlsbad Springs, Ontario in the M52, it's Mark Spurnet. Jeremy Hughes lines up on the outside in the 11W. He's from Burlington. Starting in third from Osley. He's got a feature win this year. The 3S is Austin Rose. Last week's winner, Dale Curran from Bowmanville. He'll line up fourth in 31. Matt Billings in the R52 from Brockville. He starts in fifth. And going off sixth out of Brantford in the 69K, it's Ken Hamilton. Seventh starting spot from Thamesford in the 45, Curtis Gartley. Travis Hofstetter from Kitchener in the 2 starts 8th. 9th, Josh Hill in the 99 from Ohsweken starts 9th. 10th, Victor Bomberry also out of Ohsweken in the 420. Going off 11th out of Ancaster, Trevor Young in the 51. Brandon Mowat in the 07 from Brighton starts 12th. 13th from Port Perry, Daryl Pelche in the 4B. Cam Thompson, the 28 from here in Ohsweken, starts 14th. 15th, Matt Hill from Ohsweken, the MK8. 16th starting spot, Tyler Ward in the 29W from Woodstock. And Adrian Staley out of Kitchener in the 50 LS, scheduled to go in the 17th spot. Top 4 transfer. Pressure's on, and we've got some feature winners in this one.
We do so, Greg, and let's mention Josh Hill did not make the call to start this one. Let's do a quick car count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. So there's actually 4 cars missing. Cam Thompson, I believe, is one of them. But even though he's not in this race, we still got to wish Hunter a happy birthday. So, Hunter, I don't know where you got to. I saw you earlier. Happy birthday, young man.
Matt Billings not out there.
That's a surprise, isn't it? So Matt Billings, Josh Hill,
Daryl Pelche, Cam Thompson.
That's the 4.
Ready to go. 12 laps, 4 spots on the line. The rest of the drivers can put it on the trailer and watch the A-Main from the stands, which is not what they came to do. Austin Rose, Jeremy Hughes on that front row, coming to the green.
Nice even start through the field. Dale Curran with a big run on the outside. The top 3 pull away just slightly from Curtis Gartley in the 45. Ken Hamilton holding on to the 5th spot. That's the area to watch back there, even though they're 2 wide, almost 3 wide for the lead.
Hughes in that middle lane. Curran looked to the outside, thinks better of it down the backstretch, lets out. Hughes pitches that car hard in corner number 3. Out in front, it's all Austin Rose.
Curtis Gartley holding down that 4th spot. The orange wing, number 45, all by his lonesome. Can anybody close in? Ken Hamilton, he's done a lot of improving in that 69 machine. He's keeping pace right now with Curtis Gartley. Hofstetter in the gray number 2 trying to close in as well as Dale Curran takes over the 2nd spot.
That just shows you the change in that Hamilton number 69K. They have come a long way. A year ago, they'd be at the back maybe of the B-Main trying to get things figured out, but that car's hooked up this year and 1 spot out of a transfer.
Trevor Young in the 51 struggling to make speed out there. He's got to really turn things up if he wants to race his way into this one. As it is, he'd probably need a yellow flag to bunch this field together. All by himself out in front, Austin Rose. Greg, I'm sure you've already mentioned it, but 2 of our 3 feature winners this year are in this B-Main.
Yeah, Austin Rose leading the way, one on opening night. Dale Curran, our most recent winner, he's riding in the 2nd spot. Hughes and Gartley solidly your top 4 right now.
And you look at a situation like the 29W of Tyler Ward. He's out there running good laps up on the high side, but a problem in your heat buries you deep in the B-Main and you just don't have anywhere to go.
Another time by the stand, it's 4 laps left to go for Austin Rose, Dale Curran, Jeremy Hughes, and Curtis Gartley. It's Ken Hamilton, Travis Hofstetter, and Tyler Ward, the closest 3 right now to the transfer spot. Now, caution flag comes out. Not sure if it was for Mark Supernant or not. He got up over the berm there in 3 and 4.
So that'll bunch things up a little bit. It's still challenging in this crate sprint class because they use single file restarts. So it's not like the 360 sprints with double file restarts. You can, if you're in 8th place, you're only 3 cars behind the leader.
See Mark coming to a stop there in that 52 machine. So 4 to go.
Opportunity has just knocked for Ken Hamilton, Travis Hofstetter, Tyler Ward, and Trevor Young. Curtis Gartley's blood pressure just went up a little bit. The driver of that 45 hanging on to the 4th spot. If he can finish there, he will start 24th in tonight's A-Main event.
Coming back to the green flag at the Cargo Ease restart zone. Single file pass the orange cone on the front stretch. Off we go.
Good clean start for the top 3. Curtis Gartley back a little bit. Tyler Ward looks to be getting that 29 wound up on the high side. He'll look to make a move on Hofstetter, but he lifts going down the back straightaway.
Tyler Ward trying to make some moves, but not getting any closer to that top 4 as they have all spread out pretty evenly now amongst the top 6, in fact, and that's back where Tyler Ward's just behind 6th place, Travis Hofstetter.
2 laps to go for Austin Rose out in front. Dale Curran, Jeremy Hughes, they're all firmly in this field. Curtis Gartley still feeling the pressure from the 69 at Ken Hamilton, but Hamilton's only got 1 more lap to try to get it done.
Battle on for the 2nd spot as Hughes puts pressure on Curran. Nonetheless, the checkers will come out. The win will go to Austin Rose. At the line for 2nd, Dale Curran over Jeremy Hughes, and Curtis Gartley will punch his ticket into the A-Main. Everyone else done for the evening.
That will do it for qualifying events. Next on the track will be our first feature of the evening, and it's going to be the mini stocks. The HRW Automotive mini stocks.
Thunderstocks are up first.
Those are Thunderstocks, Greg. They're like the mini stocks, only a little more thunderous.
Nice recovery.
Did you take my that's why you took my Thunderstock lineup.
It's right here.
Maybe you didn't.
It's right here.
Well, yeah, but that's yours. Where's mine?
Right here.
Well,
No, those are the old ones. They just replaced them. Don't worry. While you went off to the washroom and Darren went off to get food, I stayed up here and worked.
You're the
I
reason
know
we
what's
can't
going
have
on.
nice things. The Middleport Mechanical Thunderstock Feature event is rolling out onto the racetrack. There's some special awards tonight. While I read the lineup, Greg's going to look up those special awards because he's been itching to tell you all about them. On the pole from Canfield, the 03 is George Grossel. On the outside of the front row from Thorold, the 196 is Tyler LaFantasy. Starting 3rd in the 25 from Hamilton, it's Ken Sargent. 4th from Port Colborne, the 11R is Bryce Richardson. On the inside of row 3 in the 37 from Harley, he put a fresh power plant in this car this week. It's Rob Hoskins. to his outside, starting 6th from Binbrook, 427, Smoky Tim Phelan. That car's been smoking since practice tonight, but it doesn't seem to be slowing him down. 7th out of Tilbury, the 17W is Travis Whittle. 8th from Caister Center, the 28 is Jim Lampman. 9th in the 07 from Hamilton, it's Scott McPhail. And 10th from Caledonia, it's the 55 of Mike Thorne. 11th from Caister Center, the 41 is Adam Plazik. 12th in the 53 from Jerseyville, it's Logan Schwedick. 13th from Hagersville, the 49 is Dave Bailey. 14th from Guelph, the 79 is Chris Hale. 15th from Burlington, the 97 is Ron Logie. 16th from Hagersville, the 23 is Trevor DeBoer. 17th from Caister Center, the 28D is Donnie Lampman. 18th from Hagersville, the 8 is Ryan Dinning. 19th out of Victoria, the 84 RK is Ryan Beagle. 20th from Ancaster, the 19 is Kyle Wirt. 21st from Tilbury, the 711 is Seth Lanou. 22nd from Canfield, the 32 is Mark Fawcett. 23rd from Thorold, the 11 is Go Fast Teeple. 24th from Hamilton, the 43 is Kyle Andrus. 25th from Ohsweken, the 93 is Melissa Miller. Casey Huffman is 26th out of Brantford. He's in the 13. 14th row, both from Tilbury, the 92 is Paige Lanou. And the 76J is Jeff Drummond.
Tonight's Lockhart's one to watch. Ken Sargent there in that 25 machine. He'll roll off from the 3rd spot. And see what he can do. If he can keep things going, actually starting from the pole in this one, as George Grossel not there on the front row, but nonetheless, see what he can do and see if we can keep this streak of no repeat winners in 2023.
Well, guys, I think the Grossel car, being a newcomer, said, I'm not comfortable starting in front of this field. I'll take it to the back, which did put the ones to watch for Lockhart there. Sargent up front, he's been quick. Let's see what he can do, Adam.
3 cars in a row deep in the field. Mike Thorne, Chris Hale, Trevor DeBoer all missed turn number 3. Tim Phelan missed turn number 1, gets up off the racetrack. Kenny Sargent in that 25.
Point leader Kyle Wirt really got shuffled around there too. He's trying to dig his way back up through the field and just taking it easy on the outside line right now, gathering things up as Ken Sargent's got some heat now from Rob Hoskins and Dave Bailey.
Dave Bailey from his 13th place starting spot on lap number 3 will challenge for the lead. He'll nose out ahead of Ken Sargent off of turn 4. New race leader is the Transaxle 49 of Dave Bailey.
Point leader off the track up in corner number 4 on the high side and comes to a stop. And they're going to make him keep going here.
Problems aboard that 19 machine, not sure what. Oh, and he spins it around in turn number 2.
Kyle Wirt, the point leader coming into tonight, had problems up in 3 and 4. They made him keep going. He took it down into corner number 1, and the car looped around and puts us under the caution flag. Tonight's highest finishing rookie.
The tires all appear to be up on that 19 machine as he awaits the cavalry. His window net is still up, and it doesn't look like he wants it taken down, which says to me he thinks he's still in this race.
Well, Adam, I've seen things from a different perspective. When he was in turn 4, the window net was down, came by the front straightaway. There was talk on the radio about the 19's window net down. Talk came back over the radio. He's trying to cause a caution. Turn 1, loops it right in front of the field, and he got the yellow. Doug said, I'm not going to play games. It was legit that time, but we don't like it. Don't do that again, 19.
Here's the thing. You've got to play within the confines of the rules. Now, do you have to have a window net up in this class to race, Clint?
It's a bit of a gray area. I mean, you would have to start with the window net up. Would we throw you a black flag for your window net falling down? Probably not.
I know in some racing they will and some they won't.
I mean, we'd heard LP Dumoulin talk about last year in the Pinty Series trying to hold the window net up and race so he doesn't get disqualified.
Yep. So, but you have to play within the confines. So Kyle Wirt heads up enough to know I can't stop on the racetrack and draw a yellow. That's not allowed. you know, there is no rule against spinning out.
Well, it's the gray area. One thing Doug and the officials cannot interpret is intent, right? So we can think we know what the intention was, but we don't really know. So either way, the veterans know how to play the game. 19 will start at the back, and hopefully whatever his problems were are fixed.
Let's do a quick fire it up and enjoy the sights and sounds of the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks here at Ohsweken Speedway.
Do it next time. White flag on the field.
Like so many things in my life, big build-up, hype, and it falls short.
Adam Plazik went pit side, as we saw on the screen, had a big bumper sticking out of the nose piece of his car, so they've gone to remove that. It was in there pretty firm.
Seemed to be.
Now we're going to do a quick fired up sights and sounds of the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks.
Sounds so much better when you say it. Trouble. Ooh, cleaned him out. Chris Hale goes around in turn 2. Lanou in the 711 didn't have a whole lot of options. Lucky break for Adam Plazik, though. Plazik came back on the track just in front of the leader at the tail end of the lead lap, and he will stay on the lead lap.
Heavy damage there to the 711 machine. Seth Lanou.
Oh yeah, you can bet on it. But the one thing I want you to see, and I don't know if you can see under this black car, Jack, under the Hale car, right in under there, that bar under there, that's the steering connection there. So that is what keeps the two, that's the tie rod there, keeps both wheels pointing the same way. That's the problem for Hale. But look at this Lanou car. Oh boy, it has got a ton of damage here. The Hale machine should be able to be picked up without too much issue, but he's going to have a steering issue. But the front end of this Lanou machine is not looking good whatsoever.
No, not at all. Quite a moment. We've just surpassed 2,000 people watching live on GeForce TV. Pretty good number for Friday night excitement here at Ohsweken. We thank you for joining us. For those of you in the stands, you know it's always better in person. You can smell it, you can feel it. You can watch Fang and Claw doing the breaststroke on the front straightaway.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Right? We don't pay you to sit down, although we probably do. We'll have a look at this replay. Deep in the field, Chris Hale got mixed up with a... Don't know who that was. Yeah, it was McPhail, I believe. I thought it was Hoskins, but Hoskins is up at the front. And that was in the middle of the field.
Well, we'll have another look at it again. Yeah, so Hoskins is at the front of the pack on this shot, so we'll go to the right of the screen.
Far right, you're going to see a white car and a black car make contact. Here comes McPhail into the screen. Hale pushed up the racetrack, so... And there just wasn't a lot of options at that point.
Well, for Chris Hale, he came in 5th place in points, so a tough start to his evening here. The 5 on the board, and going to be a tough points night, especially when you got drivers like Dave Bailey, Logan Schwedek, Ron Logie, all behind in the standings. Tonight's highest finishing rookie will receive an award from McPhail Auto Repair, and our 5th place finisher from J. Summers Garage.
Is that really how you say that word?
Or garage.
But do you say
garage?
garage?
I kind of fluctuate with that. I do different, You know how you have those words where you say different things? And
oh, I've got lots
Adam's become the pronunciation police the last couple of years. It happens to most old crusty announcers. It's about pronunciation or grammar, or they're always complaining about something. And Adam has become the biggest snob when it comes to pronunciation. He has.
Listen, you wonder why I have a bad attitude? I've been here for 25 years, only learned tonight if I wear my G4 shirt to the concession, they buy me dinner. You owe me 25 years worth of dinner.
We only got the shirts last week, dum-dum.
Valid point.
But good try.
Point.
Well played, Cotton, as you like to say.
That's a bold move, Cotton. Oh, dear. So tomorrow, we're breaking the band up. Clinton is going to Flamborough Speedway for the APC Series race, which you can see live on G-Force TV. I believe the stream starts at 5:30 or 5:45 tomorrow. And I'm going to Quebec to Autodrome Chaudière, the site of the best NASCAR Pinty Series oval track race in history when Caden Lapsevich and Alex Labay duked it out lap after lap after lap many years ago. What a display it was.
You can watch that too, right, Adam? You guys be on Flow tomorrow night?
We'll be on Flow. We'll be on TSN Plus. Pretty bummed out that the schedules have conflicts this year and we don't get to do all of them together, but hey, these are first world problems.
I'm sure Dave Bradley's glad I'm not going to Quebec. Last week I threw up on him on the plane in this trip, so he's quite happy I'm staying at Flamborough tomorrow.
Don't throw up on me at Flamborough, though.
No promises. It's a bumpy landing. I hear in some cultures that's a sign of great respect.
Uh-huh.
Bradley didn't think it was very respectful.
He's a good sport.
Say only puke on guys I like. So, Greg, you're in trouble. Adam, you're safe.
Oh, dear. So, Dave Bailey, it usually works out that either the inside or the outside, the C's part, and we'll see Dave Bailey one week go from the back to the front in just a couple laps. The next week it might be Ryan Beagle because he's in a lane that's able to make traction. But Dave Bailey out in front of this one. 7th place in points coming into tonight. That's as low as he's been in the point standings in quite some time. So he will start to claw his way back.
Well, except for the week before when he was 10th. So
yeah, good point.
Trump that.
7 days is quite some time to some people.
I mean, if you're going to pick on my pronunciation.
To a fruit fly, it's a lifetime, Greg.
It's a lifetime.
I wasn't picking on your pronunciation. I was just, what kind of a knob?
Garage. Thurston Howell in the garage.
Right?
All right, white flag display. We'll get back at it with Bailey and Sargent on the front row for this restart. I've been really impressed with Travis Whittle in the 17W, the youngster. Really knows how to wheel that machine.
Now 15 years old.
Yeah. He's aged.
Yes, he has.
Hanging right now with two wily veterans of the Thunderstock division. Working on that outside line. Hoskins gets to the inside of him as the top two will break away. Bailey and Sargent. And then door to door, Hoskins and Whittle.
You know, I like that Whittle went way up to the outside. Not that it's safest up there, but he sort of went where there wasn't a lot of activity. Just find some open racetrack and turn laps. Trouble for Donnie Lampman. He got into it, I believe, with Tyler LaFantasy, and LaFantasy loses control of that car in turn one. Trevor DeBoer is involved, and Donnie Lampman working his way towards the pits as well. So all sorts of shenanigans that trip down the front straightaway.
Left rear down on the 96 Tyler LaFantasy. He was going the wrong way in a hurry up in corner number 1. Shot up the banking.
Yeah, that was bizarro.
And Donnie Lampman with some significant damage on the 2018 machine. Puts us right back under the caution flag. 6 on the board, 14 still to go.
Hey, Rich, is that you, the RJ Mick 2 on the feed? Anyone who knows the name Ross Stratford, Bailey Gerson, it's got to be Miklachuk. I might have said that wrong. It's been 30 years since I had to pronounce it. Field doubles up once again, stacked up on the back straightaway. Dave Bailey will set the pace. That Brewster Baker, number 49, leads the way over the 25 of Ken Sargent. Ryan Beagle sneaking his way towards the front.
They roll through the Cargo Ease restart zone, and Dave Bailey gets on the gas the quickest. Leads him down into corner 1. Look who's on the outside line now. His normal dancing partner, Ryan Beagle, is right there as they go down the backstretch, 1 and 2.
Through 3 and 4, man, Dave Bailey running the extreme bottom of the racetrack. That tells me that he's able to jump on the throttle, take the short way around. But Ryan Beagle up to second. Let's see if he can carry extra speed up high. Still Ken Sargent and Rob Hoskins battling it out for third, and Travis Whittle hanging in on the top 5.
Off of corner 4, Bailey will lead the lap. That'll be lap 8 on the board. 12 to go here for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks. Bailey, our most recent winner, 5-time defending champion in the transaxle Gibbs Action Sports Kingston Chevrolet car number 49, but Ryan Beagle giving chase.
Look at the differences, Ryan. Ryan Beagle has tried entering high, entering low, and letting the car shoot high, which is what he's doing right there, kind of a slider line. Nothing really able to close that gap on Dave Bailey, but the nice thing he's doing that Dave Bailey doesn't have the luxury of doing right now is searching around the racetrack to see what might work.
Good racing action back deeper in the pack. Ryan Denning, Logan Schwedick in the mix there. Point leader Kyle Wirt we see there with Bryce Richardson. 3 wide behind them, Ron Logie, Jim Lampman, and Travis Whittle on the outside.
I don't know if Bryce Richardson just brake checked Kyle Wirt. Wirt was giving him a push through the corner. He might not have appreciated that much, but he slowed on exit. There was a little bit of contact, and now Wirt will drop down to the inside of the racetrack.
It's all Bailey and Beagle out in front. Hoskins on an island by himself in 3rd spot. And then behind him is where it gets all hot and heavy with Sargent, Dinning, Schwedick, Wirt, and all the rest bearing down for top 5.
Fantastic battle. They're 4th on back to 10th, 12th spot. Scott McPhail actually having a good run in that 07. He's had some challenges this year, as it looks like Go Fast Teeple is calling an end to his night in the 11 machine.
Leaders about to hit lap traffic, and they have, and Beagle gets the worst of it down in corner number 3, gets blocked a little bit there. Going through the 4th corner. Bailey looks low in corner 1. Beagle following in his tire tracks.
It looked like it didn't work out in 3, but I think Beagle might have learned something. Let's see if he does that again. Go into the outside and then pinch the car off. Nope. He runs right down to the bottom, following in the tracks of Dave Bailey, closing in. Just a car length separates the top 2 drivers.
These 2 cars glued together for much of the last few seasons, and here they go again, a half a car length apart. Beagle tracking down Bailey. He sees Melissa Miller. He'll go to the outside. Bailey down on the inside. Here they come off the corner.
Bailey finds room on the inside. Beagle committed to the high side, almost side by side into turn number 1. What's it going to be on the exit of turn 2?
Beagle right behind Andrus, ducks down in between he and Bailey, edges ahead just a little bit. Bailey on the bottom, Beagle on the outside. At the line, 3 to go. Beagle led the lap.
Beagle at the lap by 2/100ths of a second. Bailey gets back out in front through 1 and 2. Let's see if he can maintain that gap into 3 and 4. Bailey commits to the bottom once again. Will he slide in front? Yes, he will.
Sometimes you got a driver that's dominant, winning multiple championships, but when he's got an arch nemesis like Ryan Beagle, that's when it gets fun. And Beagle is right there, a car length off of the back deck lid. This time by, it'll be the white flag for Dave Bailey.
Rob Hoskins under pressure for the third spot from Ryan Denning, but all eyes to the front as Dave Bailey leads the way over Beagle into turn 1.
Beagle throws it in there. He's right there on the back bumper. Can he get a run off of 2? Bailey inches ahead just a little bit. Final time through 3 and 4. Here they come.
To the inside of the track goes Bailey. He'll slide up. Beagle gonna cross him over, but he won't have enough. Bailey for the win. Beagle comes home second. Rob Hoskins closing in on the back of Casey Huffman. Drops to the inside. Great run for Hoskins to finish third. Denning, fourth. Sargent rounds out the top 5.
Schwedek 6th, 7th Wirt, 8th is Logie, 9th Trevor DeBoer, and 10th Bryce Richardson. Good comeback there for Trevor DeBoer, who was tangled up in one of those cautions, as was Kyle Wirt, so salvaging some points here tonight. But it's Dave Bailey, Ryan Beagle putting on the show once again, and Dave Bailey becomes our first repeat feature winner of 2023 in any division. Our Clinton Jeffrey will talk to him in just a moment down a Quick Wick Firestarter victory lane, along with Ryan Beagle. And Rob Hoskins puts it together with a great run here tonight, holding on to the third spot as Lone Wolf Fireworks helps us celebrate Dave Bailey's feature win, second in a row. And that'll definitely get him, I would say, in the top 5 after tonight in the point standings. We'll send it down trackside. Clinton Jeffrey to talk to our top 3.
Thanks, Greg, as the Lone Wolf Fireworks crystallize the sky a bit and we get ready to bring out Brewster Baker back for another feature win here in 2023. He told us recently how cool it was to have tough competition every week, and that's what he's got. How about it, ladies and gentlemen, for Dave Bailey? Well, Dave, great run here tonight. Beagle's keeping you on your toes, and I know that makes you smile a bit because it's a bit more rewarding when you don't just walk away with these. He was on you at the end there. Did you know how close he was in testing every corner?
No, I didn't. Since you guys changed the clock there, we have no idea. When you try and watch photographers and see what they're like, if a guy's shooting at you or whatever, you can kind of tell if someone's there. But no, I had no idea. I figured he had to be somewhere, but no idea how close he was. And then I seen him at the end, and I kind of just moved up a lane, and hopefully that was enough to, well, obviously it was to do it, but hopefully I didn't screw him over too bad. And how about Mr. Rob? It's awesome to see him up here. All the shit he's been through in the last couple of weeks, just awesome.
Dave, let's talk a bit about this. What was wrong with your car the first couple weeks? Because you come into tonight like 10th in points last week, you're 7th tonight, so you're clawing your way back up. But what was wrong the first couple weeks?
Well, we finished third the first week, and I guess people expect us to win every night, and like that wasn't all that bad. And then we were running third, and just a part failure from changing gears too many times, and put us behind. And then now we got to start 10th and 12th, and Beagle's got to come from 21st or whatever. So next week we'll be back there with them, and we'll see if we can do it again.
Thanks, Dave. Congrats.
Thank you. I just got to thank Queenston Chev, Jibs Action Sports, Transaxle, Sawyer, my dad, my kid. Just thanks for everybody who helps out.
Right on. Dave Bailey, guys, give me a second. We'll get over second.
Common sight seeing Ryan Beagle and Dave Bailey first and second. 6th through 10th, Logan Schwedek, Kyle Wirt, Ron Logie, Trevor DeBoer, and Bryce Richardson. Clinton Jeffrey is with our second place finisher.
Well, big dog, new apparel out there. Everybody's sporting their shirts. That's got to make you feel good. You're turning some heads. Everybody cheering for you. But Beagle, man, you're making a show of this and not making it easy on Bailey. You two are putting yourself in the ring as the contenders this year.
Yeah, I did everything I could do there to try to get around Dave. I thought I might get him there through lap traffic, and he had the preferred lane there the last couple laps, and I kind of got under him out of 4, I think, coming to the white or 2 to go, and I shouldn't have done that. I had to check up so I didn't run in the side of him, and it broke all my momentum, and we were getting it wound back up there coming to the checkers, but it was just too late.
You're in the right spot, just one spot off.
Thanks.
Ryan Beagle, guys, give me a second. We'll get with third.
I want to know, because I saw some pictures of what Rob Hoskins was up to this week, Clint. I want to know how many hours he spent working on that 37 machine this week.
Rob, we know it's been a busy week for you. Adam says, how many hours you put into this car to get here tonight?
I think about 35 hours this week. Yeah. Engine, transmission, everything.
And it pays off. That's got to be rewarding.
Yeah, it feels really good. I don't get to the cement very often. I feel really, really good about this.
It's always good to be rewarded. How about a hand for third? Rob Hoskins second. Ryan Beagle and your winner, Dave Bailey, picks it up. We'll be right back live here on G-Force TV from Ohsweken Speedway. It's Cormark night at the Big O.
It all started for us at the racetrack, from dirt to water. We have continued to keep the adrenaline and drive to make sure that we are always in the forefront. We are driven to give our customers the absolute best in service, products, and memories with your family. No matter what your passion is, whether it's on the water, in the dirt, on the snow, or on the road, we will always be here welcoming you over and over again through the doors here at Lockhart's. You're not just a customer here, you are part of our team.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Get ready to experience the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour. Join your host and wingman, Cam K, every Monday night at 7 p.m. on G-Force TV for an hour of non-stop excitement and in-depth analysis of the hottest racing series around. From the latest race highlights to expert analysis and insider commentary, you'll get an exclusive look at everything you need to know about the NASCAR Pinty Series. Tune in for the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour, the ultimate destination for race fans everywhere.
Welcome back live on G-Force TV. Late models rolling and ready to go. Their 30-lap feature event starting on the pole from Chatham in the RH94. It's Jason Haskell. He is outside from Ridgetown in car number 16, Nick Glassford. Starting in third out of Freedom, New York in car number 2, it's Zach Carley. And rolling off fourth from Windsor in the 29, it's Ryan Bonner. Fifth starting spot from Charing Cross in the 43, it's Cody Vandewinkle. And in the sixth spot from Chatham, the 22S, is Brian Spielman. Starting in 7th out of Wallaceburg, the 05 Michael Lewis, and alongside him from Chatham in the RH21, it's Greg Haskell. 9th starting spot is where we find CJ Field from Chatham in car number 4, and going 10th from Cherry Valley in the 0FG, it's Adam Turner. 11th starting spot is John McIntyre in the 31J from Port Colborne. Jim Dale Jr. out of Blenheim in the 00 starts 12th. 13th spot is Mike Gowdy in the 38 from Gravenhurst, and Brad Bloomfield in the 11B starts 14th. 15th is where we find the bite-sized bandit Kyle Sopaz out of Trenton in the 11 machine, and Jordan Van Hall in the 06 starts 16th. 17th starting spot will be Brett Hope out of Blenheim in the 49, and his outside, this is where we find Brett. In the 18th spot from Trenton, it's Charlie Sandercock in the 57th. We'll find Butter here in a little bit. In the 19th starting spot is Jake Hooker in the 1A. Starting 20th, Blaine Morosky out of Port Colborne in the 47P. Marshall Harrigers out of Dresden in the 31 starts 21st. 22nd, Brandon Mowat in the 46 from Brighton. 23rd starting spot, John Pinsino in the 36 out of Chatham. Jay Liverance in the 911 starts 24th. 25th, there's Butter. Andrew Hennessy out of Picton in the 00A. And Topher Fiddler in the 33 is from Windsor. He'll start 26th. Rob Lettingham in the 19 junior from Port Colborne rolls off 27th. And Rick Cedar out of Rodney was scheduled to go from the 28th spot in car 52. Of course, had that big wreck in his qualifying heat. Ready to go. 27 cars, wave lap as they come by the start-finish line.
In our ones to watch feature, the one to watch is gone. Jake Hooker with problems in his heat race, and he is not out here for the feature event. What a shame for Hooker. This racetrack is unlike previous years. There is still a lot of bite. I think it lends the advantage to these open motors, but we are about to find out 30 laps of late model action.
Double greens in the air, we're underway, and Ryan Haskell shot out of a cannon on the drop of the green as Adam Turner joins the field at the last moment.
Yeah, not sure if there was a problem on the zero of Adam Turner, but he makes it to the green. He's off the pace at the back of the field. Something doesn't sound right. You can even hear that from up here.
It's all Ryan Haskell, Greg Haskell in the second spot. Nick Glassford sitting in that third position. And then right behind them is Van de Winkel before you get to some 2x2 racing.
Man, these cars use a lot of racetrack. They can run the bottom, they can run the top, and all points in between out there. Out in front, though, Haskell is getting away early in this one, but only 3 laps complete this time. Still a lot of racing yet to come.
Cars getting it done. Brandon Mowat in the Target Fabrication 46 will head off into the pit area with 3 on the board. 27 to go, and the leader, Ryan Haskell, is hooked up and gone.
Rob Lettingham, after starting deep in this feature event, trying to weave his way through traffic, making some bold moves out there. Gowdy in the 38. He just had some problems in turn 3. That stacked them up a little bit, but everyone able to keep their cars pointed in the right direction.
Brett Hope with some damage on the right rear on his machine. Keep an eye on that. Maybe into the tire. Brad Bloomfield takes a hard hit up into the bales in quarter number 3. That car just lost control and went to the right and slammed into those bales. So Brad Bloomfield brings out the caution on lap number 5. We see the damage to the front end of the 11.
And I don't know what is up with the zero of Adam Turner, but you could hear that car over the other 25 cars on the racetrack sounding terrible. Did you hear it, Greg?
Yeah, he's definitely got something wrong. He came out onto the track just as the field took the green, and he's riding around at the back. He'll go back on the lead lap, but definitely something wrong for Adam Turner.
Well, guys, kind of the same problem here for the Bloomfield car as we talked about earlier. When this gets folded under, it basically just skids across the ground, and it makes it hard to steer. So I don't see a lot of damage here, but the nose is buckled under, and that tells me that the support bars underneath have been bent up as well. So it's not just a piece of polymer that we can pull out, and the crew here trying to get the hood off to get it towable. But that's the situation here, guys. It just looks like the nose folded underneath after contact.
That was weird. He got to the end of the backstretch, and the car just turned all of a sudden to the right and nose first into those hay bales. And there you see the result of that. So whether something broke originally on that in the steering there that sent him to the right so hard.
And you can see there's about 3 feet in front of the radiator. So you've got to push these cars back a long way to get to the rad. We're going to look at the static shot from the front stretch. Watch the right side. Oof.
Brad, what happened down here on the backstretch?
Oh, well, I'm not really sure what whoever I was racing, my opponent there. I was running the top side. I felt like I was holding my line, and he come up from the bottom to the top and did not. He made me run out of racing room. So
tough break for you. Glad to see you're all right. Bloomfield okay here in the cockpit, guys. Big Red going to give him the help back to the pits.
That was very polite. I don't think I'd be that happy to call him my opponent.
I was thinking the same thing, Greg.
Yeah.
It's a very congenial approach to that interview.
Well done. Well, Holland Haskell's put up the money to make sure everyone could start this feature tonight, and it's been the story of the Holland Haskells. It's Jason Haskell and Greg Haskell out in front.
Now, do we use a Delaware restart for this class?
I don't remember what we've done.
I believe they said double restarts tonight. Double file, I think, is what they talked about in the drivers' meeting.
So the only difference for fans who might know, a Delaware-style restart, the lead car is in their own lane, and then everyone behind them is doubled up. Sometimes the top 3 are in single file, and then 4th is on the inside of the
Here's a bit of an
doubled up row.
A bit of an impromptu Case IH track report, guys. You see where I'm standing all the way at the entrance into 3, all the way to the bottom, all the way down this straightaway. There's nearly nothing, no divots. Everything looks amazing. So this part of the track has come in. Even if, Jack, if you pan this way a little bit, the entrance into 3 through the apex, where it was very troublesome last week, has come in beautifully. I think the only spot we got is the entrance into 1, guys.
Now, Clint, have you heard from the boss yet tonight?
Yeah, he said things are looking pretty good. The track looks decent, but he did say we will change preparation systems a bit to get it even better for next week.
I got to apologize, too. I maybe more than once said Ryan Haskell, and we'll never forget Ryan Haskell, that's for sure, but it's Jason Haskell in the RH 94.
See, I didn't correct you on that one.
Did you even know?
No.
That's what I figured. And I remember going back in my memory having said that, so thank you to those watching online. Darren? But you can't talk about the Haskells without thinking of Ryan, so there you go. But out in front, it's all Jason. Greg in the second spot. And they are hauling the mail tonight.
Glassford and Spielman make up row number 2, the 60 and the 22. Row 3, a couple more. Open Motors, Cody Vandewinkle, CJ Field. You know, every year, the last few years they've come here, the track has dried out. Or the last few times that they've come here, obviously COVID's split up those visits.
Green flag back in the air from Carter Long as we get back at it with 25 to go here for the late models. Greg Haskell inches out in front of Jason.
Spielman trying to remain part of the mix here. He'll look to the inside through 3 and 4. Tucked back in line, the top 3 with a gap over Glassford in the 60.
Spielman down to the inside of Jason Haskell as they roll through corner number 3 side by side with Vandewinkle, and he'll get into Glassford and loop his car around, and that'll put us back under the caution flag.
Good job by all the competitors to avoid that 43 machine of Vandewinkle.
So if you're watching the broadcast, they're always encouraging, hit the like button, and JB says, I just chastained the like button. Great comment.
That is good.
Well, guys, the 43 out here is okay, just backs up off the wall. Shouldn't need a push, got the front end checked, everything looks okay.
Do you notice anything different about the track this week, Greg? The facility?
The facility?
Yep.
The curtain in our booth is...
I did move the curtain in our booth. Nothing else?
No.
The inside walls have been painted. They were all ugly gray in previous weeks.
Really?
That looks great. Wow. And you know what? The reason I noticed that, I was watching Rev TV this week. I was watching the broadcast, and I thought, that wall could look a little bit better. It's look, you know what? You look at the little things that could use sprucing up, and I sat down tonight like, holy moly, that's shiny white. So good job by Glenn Stiers and the track crew.
That's really attentive of you. Very unlike you, but very attentive.
Once in a while. I like to change things up. I like to surprise you, Greg. I'll never surprise you by being overly friendly, but
count on that.
Let's keep things within reason. If you're looking for a show, well, here you go. Look at the 19 Junior, the white car.
Trademark.
Cease and desist.
YouTube strike.
The white number 19 of Rob Lettingham. He has been carving through this field, making some impressive moves, the kind of moves that a driver will make when he's real familiar with the racetrack. Quick, fire it up with our Dirt Late Model Feature event.
Well, that won't he got one up and over.
And that was a hard hit to the driver's door. Wow. Safety crew is on their way, and they will be on the scene immediately.
Not too often you see a car roll over the roof of another car.
I believe that was Kyle Sopaz. No, 31, sorry. Marshall Harrigers.
Yeah, 29 of Bonner. And the 46 of Van Hall, by the looks of it, guys. Well, they seem to be all okay down here, which is the main thing, guys. We'll give me a sec here. We'll assess stuff.
That was a vicious hit. I'd like you to show the driver's side doors of all three of these cars, because I'm not sure which one it was because they were playing hopscotch, but one of them got speared right in the driver's door.
Okay, one thing I do want you to see, the Marshall Harrigers is okay, but one thing I do want to show you guys here. Are we still up on 6? Look at this, guys, right through the roof.
Wow.
So that's a body support that has come down, and here's where his face was. Marshall, that's a crazy one. Come on over here. Are you okay?
Oh yeah, no, I'm shooken up for sure. I don't even know what happened there, but I know I ended up going up and over, and that's all I remember.
Well, you got a smile on. We'll let him catch his breath, Adam. The 29 here's got some problems too. Everybody's out of the car, but there's all kinds of damage out here. It'll take us a couple moments here to get this one. This roof thing, that's unbelievable to me, to see that come down through there.
Trippy. Now, so their hands would be right there.
Yeah, his head would be a little bit further. Jack's shining through the window, so he'd be back here. But still, it's only about a foot from in front of your face.
That's closer than you want. Like that would be jarring.
And here's the other thing we want to show. Look at this, Jack. Top of the carburetor totally gone off. Air cleaner, so that's not good for your motor either. Same thing over here with this other machine. The 46 Van Hall's got problems too. They took the top off of that motor as well, and you see the air cleaner sitting on the deck lid.
As Greg explains, I've never really seen a car roll over another car without really touching it. Let's have a look at the replay on GeForce TV, and you'll be looking towards the right of your screen. About halfway through the field is where this started, right there. My goodness, and just like a snowplow coming through, and it just leapfrogged. Harriger leapfrogged the first car that had spun. That was uncanny.
That was Ryan Bonner in the 29 that he rolled over top of.
I think Ricky Bobby is out there. Help me, Tom Cruise. Although after a ride like that, if you want to ride back to the pits naked, more power to you. This is a no judgment zone.
So there we see Bonner's 29 machine, and the whole back, you can see the roof collapsed, and that's where Harriger's in the 31 landed right on top of that part of the car.
The spoiler all ripped to shreds. Let's have another look at this one from that speed shot. Be about the 12th car through. You'll see get sideways there in the turn, and it's the white car that comes in
and sends Harriger's up and over.
We're going to go to a break here on GeForce TV, and when we come back, it'll be more of the late models. 23 laps to go here at Ohsweken Speedway.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
For over 100 years, our company has been unique, a world leader in high-precision products, fully committed to energy efficiency and friction reduction. Today is the day to start a new chapter, a new step of our company. Today is the day to share our vision, our contribution, our identity. At the heart of our DNA, there is a name. Namerica. We are NTN, and we make the world Namerica. We are all together. We design precision engineering. We believe in a fluid, mobile, and harmonious society. We build positive mobility. We are NTN, and with willingness, conviction, and humility, we make the world Namerica.
Lockhart's Odyssey is BRP's newest marine dealer for the legendary Alumacraft fishing boats, the luxurious Manitous, and the affordable Sea-Doo Switch pontoons. Come aboard our new outdoor showroom, located here in Cortland at Lockhart's Odyssey, your BRP superstore.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Ohsweken Speedway Racing on GeForce TV is brought to you by Pinty's, making great food fun. And by Quick, the world's best fire starter.
Poor Fang. Poor Claw. Someone's performing CPR on their right foot. Attention to detail matters.
We bring the Friday night excitement here on GeForce TV. I'm Greg Kellman. With me, Adam Ross in the booth, Clinton Jeffrey down trackside, and two well-worn-out mascots, Fang and Claw. Next, we're going to send Adam down for Monkey Pile.
For my next performance.
Sponsored by KD.
And Mario's Pizza. Plus KD. I think Mario's Pizza offers KD.
How about the back of that? Luck of the draw on that, man. What a run, or a ride there for Marshall. Scary crash. Good to see everyone walk away. Clinton Jeffrey still down there trackside, and there's lots of fluids, and you can see some of the officials picking stuff up out of the track.
The left rear just hanging right out of that race car, or else it's the whole body pushed in on that race car. So they've adjusted the scoreboard to 8 laps complete in this one, so there'll be 22 laps remaining. I stand by my previous statement that Rob Lettingham is putting on a good show.
Yeah.
In that 19 machine, the Haskell's out in front. And we spoke a little bit. So previous races were won with a crate motor, a little bit less horsepower, but traditionally over the last many years, this track has slicked over as the night went on. This is as much bite as I've seen in this racetrack come feature time in a long, long time.
Yeah, it truly has been. And we're seeing all that high horsepower getting hooked up tonight and pulling away. And it's been very visible, the difference in the two motors here tonight, whereas in the past it was hard to tell. And you see that a lot over the years. I can think of times where I've been to big block modified races on a tight track that's very slicked off, and the small blocks get it done. They just a whole lot less spinning those tires with the smaller motor. And
racers always want more horsepower, but truthfully, it's handling that most often wins these events. On a night like tonight, you need both. Abby having a fly down in front of the grandstands.
That sounded totally inappropriate, Adam.
Oh, dear.
Omaha.
I believe the situation right now, we're waiting for a tow truck to come out.
Yeah, Big Red is on his way back here. We are short one truck here. We have our two push-offs for the sprint cars with the tows in the back. They just can't handle the weight of these late models. So I see Big Red coming back down the offshoot now. We should be about 1 minute and ready to go. Track is good shape and ready to rock. Just with these cars with too much damage on both ends, it really needs a heavy truck to get it off.
And here comes that heavy truck. Mentioned earlier, folks, don't forget tomorrow, Flamborough Speedway, the APC Series, Flamborough 100. Should be some good fun. Greg Calden getting called out of retirement to call that one.
Jamie will be there, correct?
No, it's just you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, Jamie will be there. Clint will be there. You can sleep through it like you do on Fridays.
Jamie's a lot of fun to work with, too.
I'll bet.
Truly is.
He's a good announcer. He's been doing it for a long, long time. Of course, he's down at Delaware Speedway on Friday nights. Who'd have thought, looking through the history of racing, Friday has not been a hot night for short tracks. Saturday is the night. It's the one everybody wants. But right now, a couple of Friday night tracks are really lighting it up here in Ontario.
Yeah, Delaware's got a great thing going there. And as we mentioned, the APC Series there on Canada Day, which is a Saturday. And a great opportunity to go down there and see the Canada Day 100. We'll have it here on GeForce TV, but by all means, check that out.
That's a fun racetrack to watch live. Like to go there and either sit on the hill, sit in the stands. It's a good vantage point. It's a good atmosphere. You won't be disappointed.
My favorite spot's the infield down in corner 2, watching them run down the hill, down the back stretch. Cool place. We're glad to be here on this Friday night with the dirt late models still with 22 laps left to go. Greg Haskell out in front of Brian Spielman. Jason Haskell back there in third. Nick Glassford's been quick since the drop of the green flag in the heats. And CJ Field right now running in the top 5.
So who's the top running crate engine? Would that be Sopaz?
Yep, I believe it is, yeah.
Sopaz in that 11
Charlie?
machine?
Oh, no, and then probably Rob Lettingham,
yeah.
Right? Would be next.
Dirt late models are quite the racing machines. The geometry involved in these things boggles my mind.
And I'll tell you what, south of the border, the following for dirt late models is unbelievable.
even up here, we always get a lot of fans for these late model shows, and they're fans who aren't here on a normal Friday night. So it's great to see some different people come out to enjoy Friday night excitement with us.
Of course, with South Buxton over the years and Brighton Speedway running late models back when I was young, going to the racetrack and used to have some cool series races there as well. It's deep in some of the areas of this province and very popular, and they're here tonight. We're glad to have them with 22 laps left to go in the Cargo Ease restart zone. We're back at it.
Haskell again with a good launch off the inside of the turn number 4, but Spielman working the high side in that number 22. It'll be a drag race down the backstretch.
Spielman showing he's got all sorts of power in that 22. Oh, tucked right in behind Greg Haskell. All sorts of dicing around going on out there.
Deeper in the field, Rob Lettingham just drove way up the racetrack in turn 4. That allowed Kyle Sopaz to the inside. So Sopaz now the top running crate engine. Out in front, though, Haskell not able to get away from Spielman in that 22.
Rob Lettingham right behind Sopaz and back into the caution flag again. We got pieces being scattered up in corner 2 as Jim Dale Jr. hit a chunk of something and threw it up to the high side too. 20 laps left to go in this one.
After this feature event, we still have the Action Sprint Tour, Crate Sprint Cars, and the Mini Stocks. So that'll be a quick one to clean up from. I believe we're going to go green right away. Jim Dale Jr. in the 00. He has peeled off to head to the pits. His night is going to end a little bit early. Carter Long ready to throw the green once again. Greg Haskell on the inside in the 21. Brian Spielman up high in the 22. Oh my goodness.
Parking lot down in corner 4. Rob Lettingham, John Pinsino is in there.
And I'm not sure if Lettingham just didn't take off. I just saw the back end of his car jacked right up. It could have been Greg Haskell did not fire very early. So that might have backed up that inside line. Rob Lettingham inside his race car assessing things. Let's have a look at this replay from the drone. Look to the far left.
Whoa.
Yeah, just chain reactions.
And, well, Pinsino, I thought maybe he was connected there, but Lettingham gets away. Let's have another look at the left of your screen on this replay, and it stacks up right in front of Lettingham. I think it was the 2 of Zach Carley. He had to get on the binders for, maybe?
No, Glossford. Oh, no, you're right. Glossford, then Carley, Lettingham underneath the 2, and then he gets turned around and then jacked up.
Almost took out the restart zone cone.
Almost took off the tear-offs on
on John Pinsino, yeah.
Yeah. Safety crew redecorating Pinsino's 36 machine.
And you can see all kinds of front end damage to the body here, and we'll get another look at it.
This should be a great view here. You see Carley get woed up, Lettingham gets turned sideways and then collected. Nice job by our camera operators. Looking for something they can lift that race car up from. How come the air cleaners are always off these cars, Clint? Do they have to take them off to pull the hoods?
No, they don't. They keep getting knocked off. Certainly not the way you wanted your day to go, Mr. Pinsino. What's the story here?
Well, just trying to stay out of everybody's way. This is what happens when you got close to 30 cars. That's why we have B-Mains. We got to get rid of the junk.
There you have it. Not too happy with a couple of guys at the back.
I respect his assessment, Clinton. I don't agree with it, but I respect it. I mean, that accident came from the front of the field. They were running, what, 11th and 13th? So, nothing to do with 30 cars.
No, I can understand the frustration, you know, but it's also tough as a promoter. You know, you get all these fantastic teams come out. You want to do your best to give everybody their laps, and how are you going to send them home when a sponsor sends up and says, hey, we'll pay the extra money to get these guys in the race?
Yeah. Yep. But again, and we've talked about this quite a bit, you talk to these drivers when they're at their worst. And they do a pretty good job of giving you good interviews. They tell you what's on their mind. Pinsino going to have some work to do if he wants to go racing tomorrow night, where they will undoubtedly not have 27 or 28 cars. Because a lot of these cars are going to go west and run Southern Ontario Motor Speedway. A lot of these cars are going to go east and run Brighton Speedway.
Should mention tomorrow night, Brighton Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints are in action, and it's the Paul Pekonen Memorial Race. And just it's nice that they did that for Paul. Just one of those gentleman competitors in the pit area that every time you saw him, just a smile, as happy as could be. And his sudden loss was definitely tragic this past winter. And thoughts to the Pekonen family and all his friends and crew members over the years. But glad that they're having that memorial race tomorrow, Brighton Speedway, for Paul Pekonen, and the Southern Ontario Sprints in action tomorrow night. So you're going to be east of the city tomorrow. Head to Brighton Speedway for some 360 sprint car action.
Single file restart, says race director Doug Leonard.
Should we try a quick fire it up again? The last one didn't work. Let's try it again, though. Quick fire it up. CJ Field on the move up to the third spot, and that 4 machine has slowly been plucking cars off here as we've logged laps.
What'd you say?
Logged laps.
Plucking cars off?
Yeah.
That was a PL, right?
Yes, Adam Ross.
Spencer, if we could get a replay of the audio clip. No.
Well, there was no fly down at least.
And you thought I was talking about logs.
Omaha. 14 in the book, 16 to go as Mike Gowdy goes around the 38.
And that little back and forth that we got from Spielman and Haskell and CJ Fields and Haskell. I mean, that's why people come to watch late model races, is that kind of back and forth crossover moves. Gowdy going to get a push. I don't believe there's any damage to that 38 car, probably just a dead battery, so that or the things are too hot for the starter to turn the engine over. It looks like the car fired right away. The Muskoka Mod Center, number 38, pointed in the right direction. White flag being displayed by Carter Long will set him loose off of turn number 4. 1 lap short of the halfway point in this 30-lap late model event.
Well, CJ Field's been on the move. He's up to the third spot. Let's see if he has anything for Spielman and Greg Haskell as we come back to the Cargo Ease restart zone. Down in corner 4. Greg Haskell gets on the hammer, and off they go down the front stretch.
CJ Fields to the inside of Spielman. The 4 car up to the second spot. Let's see if he's got anything for Haskell.
And that car's on the move as he's into the second spot. The cross flags, 15 in, 15 to go. Fields right there. Haskell pulls away off of corner number 2. The top 2 breaking away from the rest of the pack.
Fields to the inside of Haskell, challenging for the lead. They're side by side out of 4. Haskell maintains that top spot.
Amount of speed they're carrying tonight, unreal in these late models as you watch Haskell and Field go at it through 3 and 4. Just look at the power off the corners, digging in deep. Field looking for every inch he can on that RH21.
For the first time all night, we're starting to see a little bit of dust come off the rear tires of these race cars. They're starting to eat up the bite in this racetrack and slick it off just ever so slightly.
Now Field begins to lose ground to leader Greg Haskell as they begin to catch the back end of the field. Spielman holds down third. Jason Haskell rides in the 4th spot. 5th is Nick Glassford. Kyle Sopaz is, well, here we go with the caution flag again. Sopaz is knocking on the door for the top 5.
As we see the track slick up a little bit, it's going to take a lot more for these crate engines to become competitive, but now we can start to see if Sopaz, Sandercock can close in.
So we saw Rob Lettingham there up against the hay bales. Brings us back under the caution flag with 11 laps to go. How would you like to be the Action Sprint Tour drivers right now?
Having a snooze in their cars.
I mean, those cars look uncomfortable at the best of times to be sitting in, and for having this length of time there over on the Gales Auto Aftermarket push-off track. They're ready for their feature up next as we see Lettingham into the front stretch wall. I think he might have had some help there.
Looked like it might have been a couple of people involved.
Back to the green flag we come, this time by.
I'd host Wipeout with you, Greg.
Here we go again. Field lost a little bit of ground there in those last couple of laps to Greg Haskell. See if he can keep pace as now Jason Haskell's gotten his way around. Spielman is back into the conversation.
Rob Lettingham back on track just in front of the race leader. Haskell going to close in on that 19 junior and have to make a decision, high or low. That allows CJ Field to close in that number 4.
Fields right there as they work to the inside of Rob Lettingham. Haskell clears, Field clears. Jason Haskell back there in the 3rd spot, holding that down. Spielman back to 4th. Glassford still in the top 5. Sopaz is worked by Mike Lewis for the 6th spot.
We're into the final 10 laps, 8 laps to go this time. Field's able to keep pace for a couple laps after a restart, but then it looks like Haskell just starts to power away about a car length or 2 every lap.
7 to go for Greg Haskell in that RH21.
Fields continues to run that same line around the bottom of the racetrack. It's just a hair slower than Haskell, so not sure if he's going to chase it around the track or try to defend that 2nd spot, as Rob Lettingham might be a lap down, but he's battling with Jason Haskell.
Leader into corner number 3, a couple of lap cars in front of him. This may be what CJ Field needs. It's Brett Hope, the first car in front of the leaders. He had some problems early on with 5 laps left to go.
Whoa, trouble in turn number 3. Is that Lewis around?
Yeah, and the 0-5 puts us back under the caution flag.
It'll be a 5-lap sprint to the finish.
Mike Lewis in the Fat Guy Racing 0-5.
Oh, and I'm told no late models at Brighton tomorrow night. There you go. They got the night off because the sprint cars are there.
Five laps left to settle this one. Jason Haskell got back up into the third spot, was showing signs of keeping pace with those top two, so maybe it's not over yet for Jason.
Last opportunity for Crate Engine to try to keep up with this group. Kyle Sopaz runs in the 6th spot. Top 5 are all purpose-built race engines. The field stacks up behind Haskell. Fields has been good on the restarts for a couple laps, able to keep pace with the leader. Let's see if he can do it again this time.
Haskell in field 1 and 2, and they take off from the rest of the pack. Nick Glassford's right there behind Jason Haskell as they work down through 3 and 4. 4 laps left to settle this one.
Glassford has to lift out of it, battling for that 3rd spot. That's going to cost him. Sopaz to the inside. Spielman on the outside. Glassford dropping like a stone.
Kyle Sopaz into the 5th spot in that Crate Engine. With Greg Haskell out in front, CJ Field about 6-7 car lengths back now in that 2nd spot. Jason Haskell in 3rd. 2 laps left to go, and Greg Haskell, if he can just run some consistent laps, no problems, this one could be his.
Out in front, he's led most of this race. It'll be the white flag in the air this time off of turn number 4. The top 2 have opened up a half a straightaway advantage.
White flag one more time around for Greg Haskell, and this is a track that hasn't always been nice to him. He's had his share of incidences, not of his doing, that have taken him out and cost him a win, but tonight Greg Haskell's going to do it. Double checkers out. Greg Haskell wins the race.
CJ Field going to finish 2nd. I'm looking at the back there. Mike Gowdy was getting into it really hard with Zach Carley, and might not have been on purpose. It might have just been the edge of control he was running. He'll make it across that checkered flag. Here's how they finished. Haskell, CJ Field, well, Greg Haskell, CJ Field, Jason Haskell, Brian Spielman, and Cody Vanderwinkle round out that top 5. Kyle Sopaz, Charlie Sandercock, Nick Glassford, Mike Lewis, and Brett Hope round out the top 10. Great sprint cars are up next, the Action Sprint Tour, and then it'll be mini stocks to finish off the night.
See the top 3 head down to Quick Fire Starter Victory Lane. Lone Wolf Fireworks lighting up the sky for our top 3 here this evening. Lone Wolf Fireworks, the official firework provider of the Big O. As Greg Haskell, CJ Field, and Jason Haskell get it done down on the concrete here tonight. We'll get ready for Greg to climb out of the car, and this is going to be a big win for him. A track that hasn't always been friendly to him, and he's always a top runner. And tonight, he's going to be a pretty happy camper, I think, down there in Quick Fire Starter Victory Lane as he gets the helmet off of the RH21. The Haskells were hauling tonight. We'll send it down trackside to Clinton Jeffrey to talk to our top 3.
Thanks, Greg. The Haskell's in there having a word. We'll get him out here. Has got CJ Field down here also. And we'll get ready to bring him out into Quick Victory Lane. And get ready for our True North Bet Victory Lane interview. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. How big? Ohsweken Speedway, Quick Victory Lane. Welcome for Greg Haskell. He's pumped to get it going. We'll get him around and have a word with us. Gets congratulations from CJ Field. Greg, come on around front. We'll have a talk to you. Greg, what a drive here. You know, great field on late models show up for the Open here tonight, and we thank all you guys for doing that. Talk about your night for us.
Well, it seems pretty good. I won all 3 races, but you know as well as I do, this place has been haunting me for years. I've been so close so many times, and we had planned to go to the Dream, but when this race come on, I'm like, I got to go there. But I think I'm happier to see the RH94 right behind me, but I don't know what happened on the one caution. Spielman jumped me. I hope. Doug said don't brake check. I definitely didn't brake check. I would never do anything like that, but I knew Spielman was kind of getting a jump. But it's just the games you play, I guess, at the front. But the amount of late models that come here, just as a tribute to this place, man, I love coming here. I love what Glenn does. I love what you guys do here. I wish we could come here every week, but I know this is sprint car land. If we could come 2 or 3 times, I'd be willing to put something in just so we can play at this place a lot more.
We appreciate it, Greg. We'll let you catch your breath. The other thing we want to mention is Greg and the crew have put up the other 2 starting spots, and we appreciate that great sponsorship, Greg.
Oh, you're welcome. Like I said, I love this place. The more cars that come here, the better it is.
Right on. Greg Haskell, our winner here, the late model open. Give me a second, and we'll jump in here with CJ Fields.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be a special win for Greg. He's tried so hard at this place, and things have just never worked out. So congratulations to him. And here's Clint with our second-place finisher.
Well, great run for you today, CJ. You got to be pretty happy with this. Track is the best it's been seasonally for us. So we've had some issues, but how was your night?
Oh, it was great. We watched this a couple weeks ago, and we saw the modifieds out here, and I thought it was going to be a lot rougher than it was. And no, great job on the surface tonight, guys. All the hard work that went into it. It was a good track for us.
Right on. CJ Field got second there, guys. Give me a second. We'll get to third.
Jason Haskell takes home the 3rd spot. The Haskells were hauling, and Clint's going to catch up with Jason. There he is down at Quick Victory Lane.
Jason, good drive for you. Anytime you can end up here in Quick Victory Lane, the concrete is a solid night.
These guys are tough. This is a really tough crowd, and I've had a rough go here for a few years, and it's just good to get a good run and battle hard. This track had some good character tonight. This is just how I like it, and my car went away a bit at the end, but I'll take it. Top 3. Can build on this. So this Barry Wright Icon, it's fast. I just got to learn how to drive. That's all.
Right on. Jason Haskell, 3rd. CJ Field, 2nd. And our winner, Greg Haskell, picks up the win. We'll be right back live here on G-Force TV from Ohsweken Speedway.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet presents Friday night excitement here at Ohsweken Speedway on Core-Mark night. Late models are in the books. Thunderstock's in the books. Up next, it's the Oakwood Transport Action Sprint Tour 25-lap main event, round number 1 for the Western region. Race 2 is tomorrow night at Merrittville Speedway. And still to come tonight, we also have the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks. And, of course, tonight was Instapanel's Duel on the Dirt home race number 2 on the season, 2 of 2, and then there'll be a combined race later on in the year. Still lots to go.
Let's tell you how they're going to line up for the A feature and the Crate Sprint Car. The Crate Sprint Car A feature event. I knew I'd get it out. On the pole from Brantford, the 88 is Lance Erskine. Alongside him from Thamesford, the 14 is Larry Gledhill. Row number 2 on the inside in the 97 from Listowel, it's Sheldon Bender, and alongside him it's the highlight man, Mac to Man, in the number 4 out of Mississauga. 5th from Ohsweken, the 9C is Brian Nanakoke. 6th from St. Catharines, the 2S is Al Slate. 7th from Waynfleet, the BS39 is Brett Stratford. 8th from Georgetown, the 2M is Steve Murdoch. 9th out of Six Nations, the 20. It's the Iceman, Johnny Miller, and rounding out the top 10 from Smithville, the 71C is John Cadman. 11th in the 72 from Waynfleet is Tanner Podwinski. 12th from Rockwood, the 74 is Rob Neely. 13th from St. Thomas, the 52 is Jesse Costa. 14th from Ridgeway, the 85C is Cam McKinnon. 15th from St. Catharines, the 71 is Mike Bowman. 16th from Ohsweken, the 21K is Aaron Turkey. 17th from Dorchester, the 00 is Greg Smulders. 18th from Ancaster, the 16X is Keegan Baker. 19th in the 94 from Rockwood, it's Ryan Fraser. 20th from Ohsweken, the 77E is Ashton Van Every. 21st from Mossley, the 3S is Austin Rose. 22nd from Bowmanville, the 31 is Dale Curran. 23rd from Burlington, the 11W is Jeremy Hughes. And rounding out the field from Thamesford, the 45 is Curtis Gartley. Let's have a look at the ones to watch. It is Brett Stratford, the BS39. That is our Lockhart's one to watch here in this feature event. Came oh so close last week, and Greg, I believe he is better off starting deeper in the top 10 to win a race than he is starting on the front row.
I'll turn my mic on to agree with you, Adam. I think you're exactly right, because Brett Stratford, when he is on the prowl, is at his best. When he's out in front, not to say that he's not good when he's out front, but when you don't know how hard to push it and where you're pushing, Brett Stratford is just an all-out attack driver. And to come from deeper, I think you're right, plays into his favor here tonight. This could be win number 1, and he said he wanted to do it with a GSR chassis, and he has that tonight. You can see behind that left front wheel that little bit of neon yellow on the roll cage. That's the GSR emblem right there. It wasn't there a week ago. There it is tonight.
He set a new track record in the qualifying heat, the fastest 8-lap heat in the history of crate sprint car racing.
Strickland Pace Truck pulls off on the backstretch. Lance Erskine, Larry Gledhill ready to bring us to the green flag. The Oakwood Transport Action Sprint Tour A main event.
Down into turn number 1, Lance Erskine leads the way. One car's Dale Curran way up off the racetrack in turn 1.
Last week's winner right now running in the last spot had to come through the B-Main. Out in front at the other end of the pile, it's Lance Erskine at the top. Larry Gledhill and McDeman, your top 3.
Couple of teammates running second and third in Gledhill and McDeman. Sheldon Bender 4th. Brian Nanakoke rounds out the top 5 here in the early going.
Caution flag on the speedway for one around as Jeremy Hughes down to the exit of corner number 2. And that puts us under the caution for the first time of 2 laps on the board.
Jeremy Hughes has nosed into the inside concrete. Not sure if there's any damage to that 11.
We did get a call for a pickup from the front, Adam, so I would assume, yes, they have taken the nose here off of the 11 car. Yeah, the front axle's askew in it, and they have taken off some of the situation here. The front, most of it looks good, but the axle is beat up on it. We get over here, and you can really see this left side, so he has caught the wall. And wow, Adam, they do have all kinds of damage, and I think this frame is junk because of this right here. See this? That's supposed to be straight out here. This torsion rack has been pushed back. This frame is now garbage.
Huh.
Tough break, Jeremy. You know, looked like you might have caught the inside wall. The big problem there, the torsion rack's out of the car, so I think you got big problems here.
Yeah, I got into it there, and then it just sucked me right in. I was trying to keep on the bottom, and that sucks.
this is kind of a combo team here. Adam, you know more about this. You know, a bunch of the guys are getting in here and just trying to have fun and get this crate deal going.
I know it was Connor's turn to test the car on Sunday if they survived the weekend, but I'm not sure if that's going to pan out.
I don't think with this frame, but we will wait and see.
Well, he is Daddy's money, so it could be possible.
And Daddy's broke. But they do run out of the Turner shop. There's a lot of bits and pieces out of Turner's. A dejected Jeremy Hughes. Jesse Costa drove that car in the feature last Friday night. Tipped it over on the final lap. Oof. It's a fairly significant impact late in the turn. Racing giveth, racing taketh away.
You know what? You watch a lot of racing online, on TV. You don't get this close to many crashes, do you, in any broadcast? And I'm not trying to toot our horn. This has nothing to do with you or I, obviously, but Jack does a great job down there with Clint. And, I mean, these are images I would never see sitting in a tower. Or, like I say, you don't see on TV. You don't get this close.
Nope. The crew does a great job. They give us everything we need to be able to call a race and understand what's going on, and we still screw it up.
I got to send a shout out to Jack. He is only 15, too, doing a good job here for us. So all these youngsters doing a great job.
That he does. He's brave. For 15, being out there in some precarious positions, but he's gotten right in there and does a fantastic job.
Speaking of youngsters, how about Lance Erskine out in front of this field in the 88 machine? He got a great start and ran a competent couple of laps to keep some pretty good race car drivers behind him. Single file restarts, that will definitely help the youngster from Brantford.
He looks confident this year. Just that next little bit of edge to him, and he's run well up at the front, and enough confidence here tonight that he's in the talk that, you know, he's one of those drivers that could get that first win.
And there's so many drivers looking to pound out that first victory here at Ohsweken. Looks like one lap to go. Congratulations to Travis Cunningham, an 11th place finish down at Ransomville tonight with the Empire Super Sprints. Ryan Turner came home 17th.
Paulie Giovanni got the win. Saw plenty of him last year with the. He have two of the Canadian Sprint Car National wins?
No, Ryan had two.
Oh, Ryan had two. One for Paulie. He was in the middle there. That's right. Ryan with two different cars. That's what threw me off.
Lance Erskine will bring him back to the green flag. Drives down the banking in turn number 4. Gives himself a good launch to the green. Down into turn 1. Gledhill hot on his heels, and McDeman heads to the outside groove.
That Bar Motorsports number 4 to the outside of Larry Gledhill trying to track down Lance Erskine for the top spot. At the line, it's all Erskine over Demand, and Sheldon Bender hanging in there nicely in that 4th spot, right behind this battle for the 2nd position, and he's got Brett Stratford alongside of him.
Brett Stratford slowly picking off positions, working the bottom of the racetrack. That's where he likes to be in that 39 machine. McDeman all over the back end of Gledhill in that 14.
All Lance Erskine right now out in front in the Connells 88 machine, and then it's the 14 of Larry Gledhill in that Oakwood Transport car holding off McDeman. We know the history of McDeman in this division. Whoa, Sheldon Bender had a bit of a wild excursion there in corner 2.
Rob Neely had an issue there in turn 2 as well. Lost a lot of track position, able to regain control of that car. McDeman with another big run to the outside. He'll battle with Gledhill down into turn 3.
Side by side, they've been at it since the drop of the green here as they work it off another time down the front stretch. Into corner one. It's all Lance Erskine in front. Side by side, McDeman on the bottom will take away the second spot. Now Brett Stratford tries to reel them both in.
Second, third, and fourth fairly close. McDeman kicks it sideways through turn 4. I think Gledhill had to lift off of the throttle or he would have had a great run. Brett Stratford just 6 car lengths off the tail tank of Larry Gledhill as they work into 3.
I don't want to say it, but I have to. Brian Anacoke, 6th spot right now and having a fantastic run in that Canada Fuels 9C. Good to see because he seems to have more of those inopportune problems than anyone else, and he's doing a great job right now in 6th.
Our race leader is about to get tested with some lap traffic. Lance Erskine dropped down to the bottom of the racetrack. Good for the youngster, trying different lines out there. Closing in on the back end of Ashton Van Every in the 77E. Keegan Baker just ahead of him, so could be some busy laps for Lance Erskine.
Yeah, Erskine up on Van Every right now, working on him. McDeman trying to track him down, and he closes the gap. We got one spinning in the infield. It's Brett Stratford going around.
And he has lost the steering on that 39 machine. Another one, Mike Bowman comes to rest up in turn number 2. The reason I think Stratford lost steering is he had kept his foot in it. He kept that car running, but he was about to run over the porta-john. He couldn't steer around it.
Well, guys, he has hit the inside wall and tore this brand new car apart. The front axle out of this car has hit the wall and came skidding through the infield, gave everybody here a scare. But a dejected Stratford will not likely leave as the point leader tonight.
Oof.
The other car, Mike Bowman up on the outside, the dominant car last year in the Tour, has problems on the outside.
Brett Stratford tossing that steering wheel on the ground. Clinton is with him.
Brett, what happened here? Looked like you caught the inside wall.
Yeah, you know what? That was just a real fast-paced race. And I don't know. I drove down to the bottom. The car got some massive right rear grip. I wasn't expecting to steer that good, but I'm telling you, this GSR chassis is absolutely unreal. When the driver gets, when the driver starts doing a better job, this thing's going to be this is the #1 car. Believe me. This GSR chassis, unreal.
Glad you're still smiling, Brett. You were fast, and you nearly made us all run for the porta there.
Oh, no, I'm not smiling at all. I just don't want to do anything bad for the company because, yeah, I'm watching myself.
Smart thinking. Brett Stratford is done, guys. This one will not need, it won't be racing anymore. We're going to find out what's up with the Bowman 71.
Not going to lie, my bingo card had a cuss word coming out of Brett Stratford tonight. Not going to be able to check that box.
I preface every interview with him by, don't swear, Brett.
Oh, actually, funny story.
Just before you get into it, Adam Bowman has asked his first 2 minutes in the work area. They just pushed him down the chute. Go ahead.
Walking down in front of the grandstands earlier tonight, I bumped into Bert Stratford, Brett's dad. And he says, "Do you see what you started 30 years ago?" He's right. It was 30 years ago. Brett Stratford got involved in kart racing. The rest, as they say, is history. Lance Erskine, so as a young racer, the scoreboard's not going to tell you who is close and who is not, but what that scoreboard will tell you is that the same cars are second and third that have been second and third since the drop of the green flag. So I'm not sure how much thinking Lance does behind the wheel, or during a yellow flag, you've got a lot of time to contemplate things. Wow, what a great look we have. We have a camera back there watching the work being done on Mike Bowman 71. It looks like repairs being made to the front wing.
Yeah, they've got that Seaway Fluid Power 71 on the concrete back there, working away, trying to get it back onto the racetrack under the 2-minute clock.
If a ratchet strap won't fix it, nothing will.
Well, guys, they're working here trying to just strap that wing in place, as you mentioned here. They are quickly running out of time, though. They're going to have to either chop it off or ratchet it down. They have 1 minute to go. They're going to make it, guys.
Look at that.
The big thing they want to make sure of is that wing continues to point downward, Clinton, because you're better off with no front wing than you are with a front wing that's pointed upwards. Mike Bowman knows what it's like to race for points. Let's keep an eye on this. Mike Bowman's going to come back onto the racetrack, and he will be scored in the 22nd position. There is 13 laps to go. Let's see how many spots he's able to gain by his crew being able to get him back out onto the racetrack.
Well, back to man, winningest driver in the crate sprint car division here at Ohsweken Speedway. 13 career wins, 3 more than Ryan Hunsinger and Holly Porter. Aaron Turkey back there in the 4th spot all time with 9. Familiar name, Josh Shawns. 7 career wins, tied with Jesse Costa. Josh works for Colleague Racing in the States and doing well for himself.
You can see the front end of Mike Bowman's 71 cobbled together there. Lance Erskine going to lead the way. He's got Mac DeMann hot on his heels in that number 4, just like we saw Mac DeMann do last week, trying to leave himself a little bit of a gap. Lance doing a nice job, not being too predictable out there.
Back we go under the green flag. Erskine, DeMann, and now it's Murdoch inside the top 3 in the 2M. Sheldon Bender racing up there in the top 5. Boy, he got close to Larry Gledhill.
Real close out there, the 14 and the 97. How about Lance Erskine? A great restart, opens a bit of a gap between himself and Mac DeMann. Now DeMann has to contend with Steve Murdoch, so Lance Erskine can't see what's going on back there, but it's good news for him.
Top 3 trying to break away from Sheldon Bender, Larry Gledhill. The Iceman, Johnny Miller, shout out to him. He's up to the 6th spot now, having a good run. That's Styes Tree Services number 20. Al Slate right behind him in 7th. And Jesse Costa, what a week rebuilding that car up inside the top 10. Right now, not where he wants to be, but I think that's got to feel pretty good from where they were a week ago.
Mike Bowman picking off positions. He's working the inside of Greg Smulders down the back straightaway. The white 71 is picking off spots.
Wow, that was so close there with Brian Nanakoke. It was Tanner Podwinski and John Cadman, and how they all made it through 4, I don't know.
Mac DeMann just about tapped the turn 4 wall coming off the exit of turn 4. Lance Erskine maintaining that 10 car length advantage over second. Erskine just about loops it in turn 3.
Gathers it back up, but that puts Mac DeMann right on the tail tank as they go through 1 and 2. He pulls away a little bit more off of 2.
Lance Erskine quickly regains his composure. Steve Murdoch off the racetrack in turn number 3. I don't know what's going on in turn number 3, but it's caught a couple of our leaders by surprise. These last couple of laps, Lance Erskine with his hands full. Mac DeMann closing the gap. He'll look to the inside for the race lead.
He'll shoot by the 88. Erskine crosses back down to the inside, leads at the lap, and we've got a red flag with 1 up and over. Dale Curran, last week's winner, upside down, and Brian Nanakoke.
Curran moving around inside of that race car. You can see his arms shifting around and adjusting things. I believe we can see Brian Nanakoke doing the same thing. He's starting to either pull his helmet off or climb out of that 9C. Clinton Jeffrey is on the scene.
2 wild wrecks down here. First, we're going to watch you put the 31 of Curran back on all his wheels. Lots of fluid leaking out of that one, and now we got a bit of a flame, and the crew is right on top of it. And that will go out quickly. Great job. Nanakoke out of his car.
There is no better safety crew in this business than the safety crew here at the Big O.
And earlier on, I said I didn't want to say it, that Brian Nanakoke is having a good run, because it seems when I do, it's it ends up bad for whoever I say that for. And Brian Anacoke was having a great run tonight and ends up in the hay bales. And you see Dale Curran getting out and feeling the effects of this one, I think.
Safety crew showing off their new Epic Racewear fire suits. They're pretty pumped up about that.
Well, guys, Nanacoke's car is a disaster here. Brian not too pleased with Dale, and the car shortened up about 2 feet. We'll get a look at that one. Brian, in your best calm words, tell me what happened.
Just coming in the corner, and I think the 31 just drove into me.
That was good. Calm. I'm impressed, sir. Brian was not too happy walking over the scene. We had to calm him down a bit. But as you can imagine, this car, second week in a row, is a mess, guys.
Signs of heavy impact down there. Not sure if we got a look at it or not. The octopus is down in the truck making things happen. I envision like a scene out of SpongeBob SquarePants, right? Like down in the trailer, extending their arms, making magic happen. Having some Krabby Patties.
Who lives in a trailer under the stands? Spencer Mullen.
Nailed it. Is it? It's almost 11.
Omaha.
Well, guys, look at the front end of this current car. I mean, what can you say? It has broken itself off of itself.
My goodness.
You know, you can see right here we've got it cut, and we'll wait till we come in. But, Jack, just step that way a little bit. You can see there the frame's all pulling apart. Broken right apart there. Man, it is bad. And you can see here's the front part of the frame. And I'm going to stand back just in case it goes for a fling. But, yeah, 2 heavily destroyed cars here, guys.
Spencer, show that replay once more. It looked like Nanacoke set his car into the turn, the black number 9. Yeah, we need to back up just a little bit farther. That last hard landing.
Look at this, guys, right here. Look at this down tube bent like that. You don't see them bent like that very often.
Wow.
That's a full tilt slam.
Is that the technical term, Clint?
Full tilt slam, technical, right there.
I think I had that at Denny's once. So let's.
I'm glad you guys are having a good time. The drivers down here aren't very happy, though.
We're the yin to their yang, Clint. And I'm glad that they are uninjured. We are under red on the cusp of a big moment in this division. Lance Erskine, what a job he's done. Led for 19 laps. He's got 6 laps to go. Those cars are torn up. Either of them have GoPros on them, Clint? Brian's might.
Oh, yeah, with Friday Night Thunder. Yeah.
Say it again, Adam?
Onboard cameras. Does Brian have an onboard camera on his? He carried a.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he carried a lot of speed.
He's got multiple cameras on, so I think the Friday Night Thunder crew is probably going to have some good looks at this one. Dale Curran's car is just unbelievably destroyed, though.
Now, we say that, but the driver is not. And that's what's key. Every component of these cars, the farther you get to the outer extreme of these cars, the more likely they are to break away. So there's crush zones in them. There's breakaway zones as we have a look at the fire flare-up as they righted Dale Curran's car. But the wing on them, all the extremities are meant to either come off or crush. So when we look at that, everything from the front axle forward is basically disintegrated or broke off that car. But as it did that, it protected the driver in their cockpit.
We see how fast the fire crew got there to put that one out. It flared up quick, but they were on and ready to go. They knew what they were doing and set to go. And our fire crew, sponsored by Eco Fire Protection.
and we do get some questions about the frames bending and the frames breaking, you've got to remember this is a really fast racetrack, and when it's tacky like this, it is even faster.
Man, what a mess for Brian Nanico, too. Having such a good run here tonight. And can you think of a time where Brian really got into something on his own? He just gets caught up in these situations, and it's got to be frustrating for him.
You could see the frustration on his face there for sure. Again, thankful that he was able to climb out on his own power and be frustrated.
Well, I have some of the track crew out here checking the situation out, and one of the drivers just said, you know what's getting us tonight is we're used to sliding and being so slippery. The track has so much bite that when you stand on it, it drives it down to the bottom into that wall. And we're not used to having that kind of traction that puts it to the bottom.
And when you have a bitey racetrack, and this has long been the discussion, Clinton, you and I talked about it this week. We would take dry slick over heavy tacky any day of the week because cars slide on it.
Yeah, I'm with you, Adam. Same thing. You know, I would love the high shine here where it gets all polished up way more than a night like tonight.
The racing's been good when it's been good. A lot of fluid down there on the racetrack that they're going to have to deal with. It's out of the groove, but still will have to be dealt with. We're going to take a break here on G-Force TV, and when we come back, there's 6 laps to go in this Action Sprint Tour feature event.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
For over 100 years, our company has been unique, a world leader in high-precision products, fully committed to energy efficiency and friction reduction. Today is the day to start a new chapter, a new step of our company. Today is the day to share our vision, our contribution, our identity. At the heart of our DNA, there is a name. Namerica. We are NTN, and we make the world Namerica. We are all together. We design precision engineering. We believe in a fluid, mobile, and harmonious society. We build positive mobility. We are NTN, and with willingness, conviction, and humility, we make the world Namerica.
Lockhart's Odyssey is BRP's newest marine dealer for the legendary Alumacraft fishing boats, the luxurious Manitous, and the affordable Sea-Doo Switch pontoons. Come aboard our new outdoor showroom, located here in Cortland at Lockhart's Odyssey, your BRP superstore.
Welcome back to Ohsweken Speedway, where the Action Sprint Tour, opening event of 2023 Western Tour. It's a doubleheader weekend tonight here at the Big O, tomorrow night at Merrittville. We are 6 laps from the conclusion. I'm Adam Ross. Joining me in the booth, Greg Calnan, Clinton Jeffrey, as always, is trackside. Race director Doug Leonard calling the shots from up here in the tower, trying to get everything organized. The white flag is displayed. Next time we will set them loose. Young Lance Erskine out of Brantford. He's done a great job so far in this race. He's led from the drop of the green. He's got the winningest driver in the history of this division right on his tail. Wisely, Lance Erskine checks up on the backstretch. He'll let the field stack up behind him and wait to decide when he wants to drop the hammer. Gets to the cargo ease, restart zone. We're back underway. Down into turn 1 and 2. Erskine to the bottom of the racetrack with a good drive down the backstretch, but McDeman right with him. Erskine ran the bottom through 1 and 2, the top through 3 and 4. McDeman still right there with him. Austin Rose with front end problems in that 3 machine. Battle for the lead. Here goes McDeman to the inside. He's gonna slide the 88 of Erskine. Erskine will try to cross him back over. Couldn't do it. McDeman, the new leader. Steve Murdoch holding on to third over Sheldon Bender. The Iceman, Johnny Miller, rounding out the top 5. He's having a great run as well. McDeman extending his lead over Lance Erskine with 3 laps to go. Great battles deeper in the top 10 all through the field, but at the front it's all McDeman opening his advantage with 2 laps to go. Lance Erskine by himself in second. Steve Murdoch third with Sheldon Bender looking for a way to get around Bender. Lost a bit of ground that time in turn number 2. The white flag is out one more time. McDeman leading down the back straightaway. He's driven away since he took the lead. All he's got to do is make it clean through 3 and 4. McDeman gonna win the opening round of the Action Sprint Tour. Lance Erskine second. Steve Murdoch for the 2nd week in a row comes home third. Rounding out the top 5, Sheldon Bender in the 97 and Johnny Miller in the 20. I believe that's a career best finish for Lance Erskine. Sheldon Bender. Clinton Jeffrey is down in quick victory lane. Lance Erskine takes up his spot as the 2nd place finisher. He takes the front spot in quick victory lane. Mike Bowman with a problem down there in turn number 4.
Adam, I'm not sure if Bowman completed the last lap. You'd have to let us know, but...
No, he finished 19th, 1 lap down.
Okay.
McDeman pulls into the winner's spot. Steve Murdoch into third as Clinton Jeffrey is down there. We'll wait for Demand to get his safety gear off.
Mac's a pro. He's already getting out of the car. Former teammate Austin Rose comes in, gives him a congratulatory handshake and hug from his crash car in the infield. And the highlight man, McDeman, back to victory lane here in the Strickland's Crate Division as the Action Sprint Tour West feature number 1 winner.
It didn't come easy, Clinton. He stalked Lance Erskine, and I don't think he was allowing Lance Erskine to lead that race. Lance was just holding the pretty wheel, doing a great job. Mac goes over there to have a word with the young driver.
Talking about the pass, most likely for it.
A lot of camaraderie at this racetrack, so Mac will be, I'm sure, telling him, great job. Here's what happened. Here's what cost you the lead.
We got Mac here. Mac, pretty good run for you tonight. Lance was on it, but you took it away from him. You'll lead here the west part of the Action Sprint Tour. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I hate to take it away from a guy like Lance. That kid had a great run. He drove fantastic tonight. I know that's probably a career best for him, but shout out to that kid and his family. They've been working their asses off, and kid just keeps getting better. So I'm sure he learned a lot tonight. Even when I got passed by fast guys when I was young, you learn a lot when you get passed by him. So Lance will be up here soon enough. My guys gave me a great car. Yeah, great turnout. Thanks to all the fans for coming out tonight.
Right on, Mac. You got it done. Back in Bar Motorsports. Got Barman smiling.
Barman smiling. Thanks, everyone.
Mac DeMann gets it done, guys. Give us a second. We'll get in here with Lance Erskine.
You know, there's going to be disappointment in his eyes, Clinton, but I got to think second place has to feel pretty good.
You know who's not disappointed? Dad, Craig here. Dad's not disappointed. Okay, Dad, ain't your moment. Lance, awesome job, man. You got to be real happy with that. Like Max said, you probably learned a couple things tonight. You're probably pissed that you let one get away, but you're here, man, and that's what matters. You got to be in them to win them.
Yeah, I was just getting loose towards the end there. I couldn't hold my line in 3 and 4 and just kind of gave it away. I was fast most of the race and just really disappointed that we didn't get the win. But career best, I guess, but I wanted that one.
You're going to go home smiling. Young Lance Erskine did a great job. Adam, give me a second. We'll get in here with Murdoch. Once again, third place.
It's one of those nights where he has a smile on his face, but that'll go through his mind for a long, long time, what he maybe could have done. You have to lose one before you win one.
Steven, not bad run for you. I mean, you keep putting it on the concrete. This is going to help you out. Stratford found himself in the infield, so great points day for the 2M here.
Yeah, we keep ending up third, though. Hopefully we can get a better one soon, but it seems to be working out for us.
Right on. Good job. How about a hand for your top 3 in the Action Sprinter West Tour Race number 1? Stephen Murdoch, third. Lance Erskine, second. Your winner be Mac DeMann. We'll be right back here live on GeForce TV with a quick break. One more feature event to go.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
Back live at Ohsweken Speedway on GeForce TV as Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet presents Friday Night Excitement. Cormark bringing us these 4 divisions of action here tonight. Last one onto the racetrack, the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks. And we've got 30 of them here tonight. For our final feature of the evening, 15 laps will be the distance. It's an Instapanels duel on the dirt home track points race, number 2. We'll have a combined race for them later on in the season. As things wrap up down in Quick Wick Fire Starter Victory Lane. I feel a whole lot better now, Adam.
Do you? Your eyes aren't watering.
I know. I couldn't make it any further.
We've all had those moments.
Now I'm hungry. Now my mind's taken off from one problem onto the next.
I got to leave
We're
for the airport.
still looking for a food sponsor. We've narrowed it down to being a food sponsor. Let's get real here. We're not looking for anything but food. All right, starting lineup for the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks. 15 laps on the pole as we see the 33, Mark Martin out of Ohsweken. On the outside out of Stratford, the 54, that's Christopher French. Starting third out of Waterford in car 4, it's Wade Thorne. Rolling off fourth from Brantford, the 64 is Nick Erskine. Starting fifth out of York in car number 9, it's Tim DeBoer and Sean Taylor out of Burlington, the 76. He'll start in 6th. 7th is Nico Hansen out of Beamsville in the 27. Ashton Dickey from Brantford in the 1A starts 8th. 9th is Paul Longboat out of Ohsweken, the 188. And John Lubick from Port Colborne in the 14L starts 10th. 11th starting position is Jason Tolton from Guelph in car 1. Jeff Elslager out of Linden in the 11E starts 12th. 13th, Tristan De Silva out of Watertown in the 01. 14th, Mike Evers out of Caledonia in the 265. Starting 15th, Dusty DeBoer from Hagersville in the 23. And then we see the 6X of Mike Sarantakos out of Smithville. 17th starting spot from Ancaster, the 16 of Fabio Oliveri, and Ryan Hiller from New Hamburg starts in the 18th spot in the 21H. Dylan Bonner in the N64 starts 19th. Lofton Schutz out of Oakland in the 24 machine starts 20th. Martin Schroeder rolls off 21st. He's from Beachville in the 66, alongside Kylie Dixon from Brantford in the 9K, starts 22nd. 23rd, Braden Hughes from Beamsville in the 7B. To his outside, that'll be Dave Goodacre from Brantford in car 5 in the 24th starting spot. 25th, the pinball, Mike Iverson from Caledonia in the 11, alongside Steve Miller from Paris in the 79, starts 26th. 27th, Delaney Longboat in the Junior 188 out of Ohsweken. Graydon Lyons out of Cambridge in the 32L, starts 28th. Crystal Souls out of Hamilton, the 81D, starts 29th. And Steve Conway from Leamington, the 88, goes off 30th.
Our Lockhart ones to watch. The Timson Auto 23 of Dusty DeBoer.
One feature win this year in that Timson Auto number 23. And had some rough luck. It was on his way to another win earlier on the year. Got caught up in some lap traffic. And comes into tonight. Where is Dusty in the standings? 4th coming into tonight behind Ryan Hiller, Fabio Oliveri, and Mike Serentakos. We'll see what he
That's
can do
got to be
tonight.
your favorite driver, right?
Tacos? Oh, I could go for some tacos right now.
Little bit of problem at the back of the field. Kylie Dixon slowly rolling off of turn number 2, but double green flags in the air. We're underway with our final race of the night, and that is something like I've never seen before.
Whoa, Mike Evers going sideways. And he'll gather it back up.
Backwards a little bit, forwards a little bit.
Christopher French out in front over Wade Thorne. Here goes Lofton Schutz down into the infield, gathering it back up.
Got into it with Bonner off of turn number 4. We got cars everywhere, pointed every direction. Wade Thorne leads them into 3 and 4. He'll slide around Crystal Souls. Chris French right behind him, and then up into the 3rd spot, it's Ashton Dickey in the 1A.
Man, oh man, it's been wild here in these opening laps. I don't know how we haven't had a caution flag yet, but they're still going 3-4. Oh my, on the back stretch, that was tight. Getting around Sean Taylor, and now Dusty DeBoer. Oh, hard hit. Wow. Wow.
Dusty DeBoer catches the end of that wall.
I know there's a hay bale there, but that's a hard hit.
Thankfully, the hay bale broke some of that impact, but look at how far he sent that cinder block.
Wow. Two laps in. It took 2 laps for all that to unfold because that started right off the drop of the green.
Jason Tolton down there in the 1 machine. Paul Longboat in the 188. Dusty DeBoer in the 23.
That was a hard impact for Dusty DeBoer. You don't want to see it. He was our one to watch, and this is not the reason we want to watch Dusty DeBoer. That was a...
Brett Stratford was our one to watch in the crate sprints. That didn't go very well.
Jake Hooker didn't get to start. There's Jason Tolton pulling away from the scene.
Well, have a look at this replay, Bob. Look at that red and white number 23. Goodness gracious. That's as bad. It's as bad an impact as you can have. Here's Clinton Jeffrey just fired up his mic. What's going on the scene there?
I just want to give you a report on Dusty. He is a bit slow getting out. He is talking to the safety crew here, just catching his breath. Appears to be okay, but you can bet he's going to be fairly sore. So we'll give him a minute. But he is alert, speaking to the safety crew, and looks like he's about to get out under his own power. So that's a great thing.
One of the scariest impacts for a race car driver, of course, is hitting something head on.
Yeah.
Because you see it coming. Thankfully, with the safety gear that these drivers have, the way the seats are designed, the way the belts are designed, everything is focused on a front impact. There's a lot. Great news to see Dusty DeBoer climbing out of that race car, but so much attention is paid on impact that's going to happen directly from the front. Thankfully, Dusty DeBoer able to walk around that race car and survey the damage under his own power. But have a look, the white and red 23, they had to fan out around Sean Taylor, and then, okay, I see what happened. Serentakos and Longboat got together, and that started the chain reaction. Clinton Jeffrey is out there on the scene. Jack is shooting some footage of what used to be the front end of a race car.
Dusty's out walking around on his own, which is a good sign. He is holding on to his back a little bit. Dusty, family and friends watching, what can you tell them?
That was a pretty hard hit. That hurt pretty bad. I was coming out of the corner, and there was a couple of those cars that were just so slow. It was just chaos going around them. And I don't know what happened with Bone, but he shot off the wall and hit the side of me. I ramped up on 2 wheels, came back down on the ground. Somebody smoked me in the back end, and I was going straight for the butt end of this wall, pounded it a ton. And it doesn't feel good, but the car looks like it's toast. What?
All right. We almost got run over. It's all good. You good, Dusty?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to feel this in my shoulders pretty good. The other week when I wrecked, I banged my ribs up pretty good, and now it's another spot. But
Go get checked out. Main thing is you're all right. Dusty's all right, guys.
One more look. Watch the purple 6 car and the car to the outside of it.
Man, what a hit.
We've had 2 of the most vicious mini stock hits that I've ever seen.
That shot slowed down is going to be interesting. I think the backstretch wall, you can see the movement of the different cars involved. A telestrator would be fantastic in a situation like this. Coming soon, since 2020.
Wheels on the bus go round and round. That's a lot of kitty litter. Cats from all over 6 Nations are going to be doing their business in turn 3.
Man, look at the air he got right there.
The important thing to point out, there's no intent by any of these drivers. Like Dusty said, it was sort of chaos down the backstretch. There's slow cars, there's slower cars. They're all taking evasive action. Just a chain reaction deal.
Let's push, pull. That's Fabio on the hook. The scary thing in the first 2 laps was there were a few cars that were really under speed and everyone trying to dodge all of that, and it was Sean Taylor that was on the backstretch that was way off the pace, and that bottled everyone up and caused all of that.
So the hay bale will get moved back into position. They serve such a vital role out there.
Just get out the Case IH tractor and get that block in place, get the hay bale in place, and we'll be back at it.
Come on, we just painted that thing. Then they'll relocate that hay bale to sit right in front.
Is that Ziggler?
That is Zig the Master.
That looks fun to drive, does it not?
I was just going to say, Ziggler gets that. Clinton gets a side-by-side. We can't even get an Etch-a-Sketch up here.
I still have mine.
We're so hard done by.
We have a curtain, which we didn't get to use tonight.
If you ever wonder how we place the bales, here's your bale pincher at work.
Ah. Never mind. Omaha. Omaha, Adam.
It looks like a loaf.
Wow.
I think we have like 3 hour and 17-minute window to get the show in before you guys start getting crazy out there.
I like that you had a preemptive. I know what you're thinking.
I thought he was going to kill everybody. Fuck.
Wow.
Well,
I guess I didn't say the worst thing tonight.
I got to compete with you guys sometimes.
No, you do. That was authentic, organic.
Spetch goes, your mic's on.
Excuse me, sir. Stephen Conway in the 88. The inside joke there, Clinton, is for half an hour tonight while Greg and I were trying to get going at 7 o'clock. Spencer, hey Spencer, you there yet? We were trying different techniques to get his attention.
Many voices were imitated.
Yeah, you did a good one. You know, it actually bothers me when commentators apologize for the cuss word said or overheard. Like, what are you doing? Leave your house once in a while. You're going to hear it. Can you imagine if someone just walked out of a building one time with this big game show announcer voice? We would like to apologize for the F-bomb you just heard from those 8-year-olds walking to the bus stop. Nobody does it.
Well, it kind of accentuates and brings it even more to light, does it not? That's always been my thought. But
how the foxtrot did I miss that?
Omaha. Oh.
White flag in the hand of Carter Long. One more lap to go.
I mean, you can almost time at 11 o'clock and we're further off the rails than the Leafs in the second round of the playoffs.
Clint, if you want to grab my pay, I'm heading to the airport.
I'll get it for you.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, no problem.
You're a good man.
Where do you want to eat tonight, Clint? 2 laps in. Let's do a quick fire it up for the restart here for the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks. Oh, troubles there for Tristan De Silva. He pulls out a line. So we may be back into the caution. Pulse alarm on the fire it up.
2 of our young guns, Tristan De Silva and Nick Erskine in the 64, having their troubles.
And Tristan came into tonight 5th in the standings. Dusty 4th. Fabio has already gone on the hook and into the pit area. So right now it's Ryan Hiller and Mike Sarantakos in the top 5 having the best night. Where's Jeff Elslager at? He's 6th in points. He's still out there having a pretty good run. Jason Tolton's out there as we watch this restart, and De Silva's car just wouldn't go. Ryan Hiller was giving him the boot. Get out of the way, I got to go. Tolton's still out there. Lubick is 3rd right now.
Steve Conway had pulled to the infield. He is back on the racetrack as Tristan De Silva getting a push back to the pits. His dad, Mark De Silva, will be on it right away, I'm sure.
Double back up, white flag out again.
So Nico Hansen, who was all pumped up last week because he finished on the podium, he's up there in position to do it again.
Ashton Dickey with a win already this year. That came 2 weeks ago. He's on the inside. Christopher French on the outside on this restart.
Where did Wade Thorne go?
He is back in 12th.
Wasn't he our race leader?
Here we go, back at it. 3 wide already into the corner, 4 wide. Going to be one of those nights, I have a feeling. Here we go. Bonner on the inside.
Elslinger pushing French into turn number 3. He'll swing to the outside on corner exit, runs out of room there. There's still 3 wide, 4 wide, wherever wide, however many lanes they need to get to where they're going.
Nice job there by Nico Hansen. Some fine driving. He was boxed in the middle there, and I thought he was going to get into someone, but did a great job holding the pretty wheel. Gets it through there. They come off of 4. It's Dickey with Ryan Hiller. So close. Always the bridesmaid, it seems, for Ryan Hiller as he challenges for the lead.
Steve Conway, his night is ended on the infield between 3 and 4, and Tim DeBoer has lost a wheel.
Well, where's that wheel going to go? It's going to follow into the pits, it looks like, so we'll stay under the green. It's going to roll right into the entry of the pits. We should be okay to stay.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. A wheel come off and we stay green. Good call by race director Doug Leonard. Ryan Hiller all over the back end of Ashton Dickey. He'll swing to the outside through 3 and 4. Looking for the race lead is Hiller.
Hiller on the outside, and he's in a fight right now with the 2 most recent winners in this division. Ashton Dickey 2 weeks ago, Jeff Elslager last week in that 11E machine. Hiller wants so badly to capture that first win. Here he comes working that outside line. Door to door with Ashton Dickey. Hiller leads at the line.
Jeff Elslager with all sorts of speed is right there as well. He's running the same line as Hiller up high. Now they'll approach the Martin 33. They'll have to swing to the inside to get around the orange punch bug.
Hiller with a nice move. Elslager gets up into Martin. Some banging going on now as Lubeck gets tied up in behind the 33 at the cross flags.
Something went wrong with Elslager's number 11. That car just would not turn. Looks like he's going to head it off into the pit. So another of our top points runners having his troubles here tonight.
Right now, the point leader is the one having the best night. He's out in front. Doesn't have a win yet this year, but the consistency, he's been in the top 3. So top 10 in all 3 races to start this season. He has a runner-up finish, and he's being flanked right now by that 1A of Ashton Dickey looking for win number 2.
Dickey on the bottom of the racetrack. Ryan Hiller, he's running the line that he used to get himself to the lead. Up on the high side of the racetrack all the way around.
Look at Mike Sarantaco's having a great run right now in that purple number 6 X. He's closed the gap on the top 2.
3-car battle at the front very easily could become a 6-car battle as the 4 of Wade Thorne, the 27 of Nico Hansen, the 24 of Lofton Schutz are right there. If the leaders start battling, they could close in as Nico Hansen with a problem in the 27. He heads towards pit road, comes to rest on the outside of the racetrack. He's going to limp it into the pits.
We'll stay under the green. 3 laps left to go for Ryan Hiller, trying to seal the deal. Mike Evers now into the pit area. I think he had a left front go down. He was coasting around there for a lap or 2.
Ashton Dickey is not letting Ryan Hiller get out of his sights. What a great battle for the lead we have. 4 cars going to duke it out.
Ryan Hiller, 2 laps left to go, working the outside. Ashton Dickey on the bottom. Sarantakos could get up there and steal it away from both. And what a Wade Thorne. He was back in 12th on that restart. He's closed in on the top 3.
I still want to know how he lost the lead earlier. He led the early stages of this race. White flag is out. Ashton Dickey is out in front. But at the stripe, yes, it was Ashton Dickey.
Here they go. Top 3 are all right there under a blanket as they go down the backstretch. Sarantakos drifts up towards the wall. It's going to be a 2-car race for the win. Can Hiller get his first or Dickey is second?
Coming off of turn number 4, it's a drag race to the line. Hiller for the win. Dickey second. Sarantakos third. Wade Thorne with problems on the final lap. He has dropped way down the running order. But a first-time winner is going to make his way down to Quick victory lane.
I have a feeling he's going to be something happy down there. young man that's been hungry for that first career HRW Automotive Mini Stock win. He does such a great job. That car and his crew, always a fine-looking piece on the racetrack, and they do a phenomenal job of their social media as well and keeping fans up to date. And he is ready to celebrate down in Quick Firestarter Victory Lane as Lone Wolf Fireworks will light up the sky for Ryan Hiller's first career HRW Automotive Mini Stock win over Ashton Dickey and Mike Sarantakos. You're going to have a fun interview, I think, with this one, Clint.
Well, we talked in the previous weeks how Ryan Hiller has been in the mix. Finally pulls it into Quick Victory Lane here at Ohsweken as the Lone Wolf Fireworks light up the sky for the final time tonight. Want to thank everybody for hanging with us here live at the Speedway and watching at home. Bit of a wild night, lots of wrecks. But how about it? Make some noise for Ryan Hiller. Wins his first feature win here in the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks.
His dad, Bob Hiller, down there to greet him, a longtime street stock competitor at Flamborough Speedway.
Work on get the bucket and the Hans device off and bring it around front to talk to us here.
Early birthday present for Ryan Hiller.
Ryan, congrats, man. We talked a week or two ago about how you had to be here to win them, and here you are. Congrats, man. You're probably on paper one of the favorites to win the championship last year. How you feeling?
It's nice to finally get this win out of the way. It's my third year at this now. I've come close so many times. I think I've lost this thing every way possible, so it's nice to finally get one.
The track looked like it came around a lot since last week. Talk about that for us.
Huge shout out to Glenn, his whole crew. That track was perfect. I mean, the mini stocks at the end of the night can sometimes be scary, but that track was like asphalt. It was really great.
Congrats again, Ryan.
Thank you.
Ryan Hiller gets it done, guys. Give me 1 second. We'll jump in here with Dickey.
Ashton Dickey, I mean, he was driving well. That car was hooked up, but he's going to have to settle for second tonight. Still a solid outing.
Ashton, you've been up here a couple times already this year. That's a great start to your season. Talk about your night for us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking the feeling of being up here so far this year, but the night started tough, had a clogged injector. Jake, Wade, my dad, they dug hard and got this thing back running the way it should. Right off the initial start, I knew this thing was going to be a rocket ship tonight. I got to thank David Griffin at Century 21 and Stephen Punter at Pun Installations for this rocket ship tonight. It was an awesome drive. Congratulations, Ryan, on the first win. That's a big one.
Right on. There you have it. Ashton Dickey in second, guys.
Mike Sarantakos coming home third. He had the bird's eye view of that horrific crash down in turn number 3. A little bit of bumper cars going on the back straightaway, but survived to bring that car home in third place.
Mike Sarantakis, third place here tonight. Great run for you, Mike.
Yeah, not bad for the old rat rod here, so I'll take it anytime. I got to thank Randy for welding this up after week 1, Sean Patterson, Baden and Evan Curtis, and my dad, and say hi to the kids there, so, and the wife.
Right on, Mike Sarantakis third, Ashton Dickey second, your winner. His first time ever in the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks, Ryan Hiller. Gentlemen, take us home. That'll do it from Victory Lane.
Well, another great night of racing, and it was a wild one, as Clint said at times, but all in all, some great racing once again. Another first-time winner down there, and still only one repeat winner. That's Dave Bailey in the Thunderstock, so we're seeing a lot of different faces in Quick Victory Lane. That's really all you can ask for through the opening part of this season.
Oh, we could ask for a buffet up here in the tower, Greg, with baby facilities, a hammock. No, it was a great night of racing. I mean, the variety, that's what's really fun, right? We bring the late models in. It brings a different racers, different crowd come in to enjoy the show. And it was a lengthy one, but it was great battles all night long.
So that will wrap things up. Don't forget, tomorrow night, GeForce TV is over at Flamborough Speedway for the Grisdale Racing Products 100 for the APC Series, along with the Quick Firestarter Can-Am Midget. It's going to be a great one right here on GeForce at 5:45, I believe, is showtime right here on GeForce TV. So tune in for that one. Have a safe trip tomorrow, Adam. Have fun in Quebec. On behalf of the Stiers family, Clint and Jeffrey, Adam Ross, I'm Greg Kellman saying so long on GeForce TV. copyrighted broadcast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of GeForce TV. GeForce TV would like to thank you for your support and for watching today's broadcast.